this time frame and this day. But, we've pivoted. We've looked at different services to help the community. The YMCA.
2020, welcome to the Budget and Finance Committee. I'm Paul Krikorian, Chair of the committee, and I see that I have all of the other members of the committee here virtually with us, but we do need to go ahead and call the roll orally. So let's go ahead and do that now and establish a quorum.
Councilmember Krikorian?
Here.
Councilmember Price?
Here.
Councilmember Koretz?
Here.
Councilmember Blumenfield?
Present.
And Councilmember Bonin?
Present.
Thank you.
We do have a quorum, so good morning, members, and welcome back. This is the first meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee that we've had in about 2 months, and as everyone knows, needless to say, the world has changed since then. A lot has happened, and I think before we begin today's meeting, it's worth looking back a little bit further. I've been chair of this committee for 8 years, and Mr. Koretz was there at the beginning. Mr. Bonin was here as well as Chief of Staff to Bill Rosendahl. Mr. Blumenfield and Mr. Price were battling the impacts of the Great Recession up in Sacramento, trying to manage the state's budget at another time when we were facing extraordinary challenges. You will all recall that at that time the city was facing deficits that were projected to be in the hundreds of millions of dollars for years to come. And it was a time when Mayor Reardon had indicated that it would be inevitable that the city would file for bankruptcy in an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal. And thankfully, this committee did not follow that advice, and instead we did the diligent work over the course of years to right the ship, to realize cost efficiencies, to reduce the size of the city's workforce, to initiate pension reform, to find efficiencies, and otherwise to balance our budget and eliminate almost the entirety of the structural deficit that we had been facing at the start. At the same time, we established the largest reserve that the city has ever had in its history. We established a budget stabilization fund for the first time, a true rainy day fund that's available in the times at times of inevitable economic decline. And we knew that there would come a day when the economy would decline and we would need to make hard choices. But we're better, of course, nobody had any idea that they would be this hard and that it would come this fast and that it would be under these circumstances. But we're better prepared now than we were in 2008 when the global economy collapsed. But I think as you're going to hear today, in many ways, the challenges are even greater. There's less reliable information available to us now than there was then. There are many more variables that could cause the city's financial situation to get worse before it gets better. And that's why it's important that we delve deeply into those issues today so that we can begin the budget consideration from a thoughtful place of analysis. This is going to be a different process, obviously, than we've ever had before. Usually this time of year, we're getting ready to take up the rack up that our CLA has spent her Mother's Day weekend usually working on, and we usually take it up about now. This is obviously not a business as usual time, so we're not going to be able to do that. We're not going to be able to do our department by department deep dive now because we cannot have hundreds of people here in City Hall attending a meeting. And because, frankly, the information that's available to us now is insufficient to be able to do that until we see more stability in the economy, until we have a greater ability to predict what our revenues are going to be. It would be a fool's errand to go into the kind of in-depth analysis that we usually do on a departmental level. So I want to start us off by with the overarching view of this as being not an effort to get to a budget that we're satisfied with, because we will not be doing that. What we will be doing is considering where we stand, and eventually, between now and June 30th, there will be a rough first draft budget that we will continue to revise, not only between now and then, but throughout the fiscal year. And it may be that we will need to revise it significantly, depending on changes in the economy. I just want to put it into a little bit of a context, and I know that both the CLA and the CAO will go into a little bit more depth, but the mayor has prepared the proposed budget with certain budget assumptions about tax revenues. If the mayor's proposed budget is overestimated with regard to those revenues by just 1%, that would amount to a deficit equal to $5.5 million every month in the general fund. And obviously, even getting revenue projections within 1% is a great challenge right now, when no one in the nation, no one in the world really knows what the state of the economy will be 6 months from now or a year from now. So I just want to start us off with that, both the sobering thought, but also with the reminder that we've all faced significant challenges together before. This is the greatest one we have yet faced as a city. It's the greatest one that this committee certainly has faced, probably ever. And while we've all had this great privilege of serving on this committee for a number of years, this is going to be the time of great responsibility and great discipline, and in many ways great pain, but it will be a necessary step that we have to commit ourselves to in order to ensure that the city is able to continue to function through one of its most challenging times ever. So with that, I want to begin our meeting with a presentation on the state of the city's finances, which will be, I think, jointly presented by our CAO and our CLA. So I'd like to welcome Mr. Llewellyn and Ms. So. Welcome back, and you can go ahead and begin your presentation, please.
Thank you, Council Member. If you can hear me?
Can all members hear Mr. Llewellyn?
Yes.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. As you know, the CLA and CAO do many reports together, many joint reports where we collaborate often and regularly. I have to say I don't recall one where we've done such an important report on the budget together. This is a sort of new territory for us, and I think it's very positive for the city. This presentation is a true joint effort. I'll be talking some, Sharon will be talking some. We want to just sort of briefly, we'll be talking about this year, how 1920 is looking, a brief discussion of the sort of the impact of COVID, particularly on the expenditure side. We'll briefly discuss the budget, sort of introduce the mayor's proposed budget, and then spend a little more time talking about the financial assumptions in that budget, the downside risk, and modest, but there is some potential upside risk in this coming year, and then talking about the path forward. So if we could, I'd ask my colleague to start us off.
Yes, good morning. So the basis of this report that you are receiving today is pursuant to a motion by Mr. Krikorian, Ms. Martinez, and Mr. Price, asking our offices to jointly respond to you with an analysis of the city's financial health as we end the 2019-20 year, and as we also approach 2021 in light of the current state of affairs here in the city and nationally. Also, you requested that we report on the rate of expenditures related to COVID-19 and whether the budget prepares the city for this period of continuing emergency declaration. And also to comment on the 2021 proposed budget as well as the furlough impact on city operations and programs. For the COVID-19 report, the CAO has already submitted a separate report that I imagine you'll be discussing later today. And with regard to the furlough plans, departments have submitted those to the record, and those are available, and we will discuss both of those in summary fashion during this presentation, and we will be having more detailed discussions as we progress into these hearings.
So if we could start with this fiscal year, as we're heading towards the end in June, the highlights are it's not good. We're going to end this year with weakened reserves and increased liabilities. It's just no way to sugarcoat it. As you will recall, in our mid-year FSR, we reported that we were overspending by about $86 million. We expected to close the year relying at least in part on the reserve fund, but keeping the reserve fund above our financial policy of 5%. Unfortunately, that has now changed. COVID and the impact on the economy has reduced our anticipated revenues for this year by $108 million below the adopted budget. Quite frankly, earlier in the year, we were hoping to beat our revenue targets. Now we clearly are not going to. The report you will hear later today from the Department of Finance estimates some of those may even be a little lower. This will require a large reserve fund transfer to close this fiscal year. The current estimate is $188 million, the first time since 2009-10 requiring this kind of magnitude of reserve. And as you know, most of our COVID response to date has been covered, quite frankly, by loans. Loans from the Department of Building Safety Reserve Fund and another transfer from the Reserve Fund. In addition, there's been some front funding from our departments, which ultimately they are having some trouble managing. Looking ahead, just as sort of a brief overview of our COVID expenditures, the departments are reporting every 2 weeks. They're reporting on every COVID-related expenditure, whether or not we believe it's reimbursable, so we have a clear picture. The data lags. As of April 11th, which was about a month of expenditures, we had spent $44 million. Not all of that is FEMA eligible. At the time, FEMA was the only potential funding source. Now the federal government has extended that. As you see, we expect about $33 million of that first group to be FEMA eligible. As you know, FEMA only covers 75% of our expenses. In many past disasters, the state has participated with the local government in covering the match, the 25%. It is not clear if that's going to happen this time. We sort of list in the chart the expenditure categories, the large expenditure categories: buying personal protective equipment, health services, homeless services, economic assistance, and sort of specialty supplemental city services. It's very difficult to project our expenditures by year end, as we detail in our report. If you use the $44 million a month, that ends up being $134 million by year end. It's hard to predict whether that's a good number or not. Some of these programs were in ramp-up during the first month, so they are not likely to be a straight-line projection. Others, like the Convention Center Medical Facility, was designed to be a surge facility. We had startup costs, and we hope, thank goodness, so far we haven't had to use it. So it is difficult to project going ahead, but certainly our homeless response, every hotel room we put under contract is between $185 and $250 per day. And testing is expanding dramatically. Last week's testing kit, just the kits, was over $10 million. And as you know from just looking at your main streets, we could spend every dollar on economic assistance that we had available. To the next slide, the sources of funds. So the city has put in about $155 million from Building and Safety Reserve Fund loans, which must be repaid, and a small amount of reserve funds, small, but in this year, as Mr. Krikorian started, it could help us with 0.5% being off on revenues, the $30 million from the reserve fund. Most of that is spent, although some of that has been transferred to departments for spending and has not all gone out the door. We are fortunate that, at least to date, there is a significant amount of state and federal support. The state has given almost $20 million directly to homeless services, COVID homeless services, a special HAP grant. And the federal government has given us or guaranteed us more than $700 million. The most important thing, as Ms. So will remind you later, to date, the federal government has been very clear that is expenditure covering only. So we can cover our costs. We cannot cover our lost revenue from the zoo being closed, rec and parks being closed, hotels being closed. All of our lost revenue cannot be covered by that under federal guidelines. Most of that is outright grant, even though there are restrictions. FEMA, again, recovery is 75%, and that requires documentation before you even get there. Going from COVID, looking at the mayor's proposed budget, the front slide is just our sort of overview side. As you see, the mayor has proposed a smaller budget by almost 2%. A slight increase in general fund, a significant decrease in special funds. The good things about the budget, in the next slide, it does fund entirely our MOUs. It pays our pension and OPEB costs 100%. We maintain your priorities. The budget maintains your priorities on public safety, on homelessness. There are even a little bit of sort of wiggle room to protect for some downside risks. There is a small transfer to the reserve fund. There is a transfer to the departments that have been closed to help cover their revenue loss, sort of protecting for further downside on that. And the mayor has proposed the special fund for public works. He's tried to do that on a sort of gradual basis. Many of those special funds are economically sensitive. I don't know about you, but gas tax, people are just using less. Sales tax is down, so Measure M, Measure R, Measure C are all sales tax based. So the mayor has tried to structure the budget so you can make decisions during the year about continuations of projects to keep within those if they falter further. That's the good news, but honestly, it's not a lot of good news. There are reductions across virtually every other service. A hard hiring freeze, a proposed furlough of 1 day every 2 weeks. That ends up in most departments, most civilian departments, not sworn. That ends up to be a significant service reduction, which your departments have been sending you letters about. Salary accounts cuts, capital program cuts, cuts to expense accounts. Across the board, this is a belt-tightened budget. If we could switch to the next slide to talk a minute about furloughs. Your council, your chair, and your committee has requested the departments report to you about the impact of furloughs. I know we'll be discussing that later today. Our Employee Relations Division is also meeting with our labor partners about furloughs, about whether there are alternatives to them, and whether there are ways that they can be the most sort of employee-friendly and service-friendly. I have to be honest, our labor partners are not supportive of furloughs. I don't think anybody in the city is supportive of furloughs. Furloughs means a service cut, and no one wants to see services cut. It could certainly impact our operations, including ones that we are worried about: revenue collection, our public counters, fixed post services, public safety support. They will all be impacted. It's difficult. The mayor has instructed and requested that departments do the best they can to do their core mission. You'll be hearing about that later today within this service cut. There are exemptions. Police and fire sworn, and employees in the Public Health Department of the Bureau of Sanitation, Building and Safety, because that is both revenue generating and revenue generated. It has its own reserves. The library, because as you know, it has its own special funding. And the proprietary department. The mayor has asked the proprietary departments to look at furloughs. I believe some of them are. And now I'll turn it over to Sharon.
So one of the requests from the motion was to report on the budgetary impacts on vulnerable populations, because nearly all departments in the proposed budget will be subject to furloughs. Those serving the city's most vulnerable populations will likely see some service level reductions, and those services provided by the Departments of Aging, Recreation and Parks, Economic Development, Housing, Community Investment in Disability and Cultural Affairs will likely see reduced hours, will likely see longer processing times, the hours at counters, changes in types of services provided. As discussed earlier, these departments are developing plans. They did specify some of the impacts that will be occurring that we'll be discussing later. It is important to note that there actually are in the proposed budget, no services that we're targeting vulnerable populations are actually eliminated in the proposed budget. And it is really also very important to highlight that the programs that are provided in partnership by these departments serving vulnerable populations will be preserved at or above the 2019-20 levels. And especially as it relates to homeless services and hygiene services, which are increased off budget in some cases, but in some cases also within the proposed budget, homeless funding is actually increased on the general fund side. Programs for senior meals also maintained at current level, but off budget through federal assistance. Additional meals are being provided to the community. And for the most part, all other programs within departments, within these specified departments, things like accessible housing, AIDS contracts, the LA RISE program, which is continued at the $3 million current level, domestic violence shelter programs, which have actually been expanded in the proposed budget. Human trafficking shelter programs are also maintained at levels consistent with the current year, as well as programs that have served the many different vulnerable populations, whether it be the rent stabilization ordinances, staffing is provided to enforce that, code enforcement and community engagement and accessible housing programs. These are all maintained in the proposed budget. However, with one caveat, that being that we're going to be looking at this budget throughout the year. And so as we need to adjust funding and reviewing the funding sources, they may be subject to further reassessment. So on the next slide, as it relates to the proposed budget, several departments have indicated in their letters, they're mentioning, well, why are we seeing such a large cut in our departments? I mentioned, like, for example, city attorney, I think, who specified that they're receiving an 18% cut, and I think a couple other departments mentioned the same. And really, this is the reason why. When you look at this chart, the city receives unrestricted revenues that may be used for any municipal service. This is primarily taxes, the Power Revenue Transfer Fund, parking fines. So because of the large share of the unrestricted revenues that are going toward fire and police services, and the decision to protect those services actually requires deeper cuts to services in other departments. And so the departments that are funded by the remaining 30% of the unrestricted revenues are essentially shouldering most of the reductions. If the reductions are spread across all of the general fund activities, it would actually reduce the burden on the 30%ers. So this is really why, when you look at the budget, some departments are taking a greater proportion reduction than the percentage that they are in the budget. It's because they are absorbing the cut for 70% police and fire. And one other thing, on the civilian side of police, though, and I believe fire as well, they do see a slight reduction for the furloughs. So there is a slight reduction, but for the most part, the sworn staffing is preserved from any reductions.
Thank you. The next slide is our major financial policy compliance sort of report. We very much appreciate that this isn't just for sort of Jacob and his team, Ben, Jacob, and the sort of the bean counters in the city, that your committee has sort of embraced these and actually track against these as a statement of are we doing our job for the residents of Los Angeles. It's not a great report card this year. As you can see, we are not going to hit our reserve fund target, a critical sort of honestly lack given the economic uncertainty we're facing. Budget Stabilization Fund, yes, followed the policy and kept that pot of money available, thank goodness. Our general fund reserve goal, as you know, the goal is 10%. The policy is to get at least 5% of general fund. We are below that. Capital investment, we're not hitting the mark this year. One-time revenues for one-time expenses, an important structural issue that your committee has embraced. We are, in fact, in compliance. Our debt service rules, critical to our long-term sort of ratings and health, we are in compliance. And structural balance, we are not. Looking ahead sort of at some of our financial assumptions on COVID, which does, obviously, it's the off budget, how much are we going to spend and get back in sort of federal assistance, but also directly what happens to TOT, what happens to property tax, what happens to our on-budget revenues. The assumptions are, in the big picture way, we're not going to have a second close down, which obviously could happen. That the order is being lifted and eased during the month of May, which seems on track, but it may be the lifting is slower than we originally thought. We believe the federal funding will largely cover our expenditure response. As of now, the federal government has not created any funding source for lost income. We believe the general economy will be slow in 2021, recovers by 21-22, and they will slowly move back to full service. To date, a sort of positive for us this has not been a property-based recovery. While we are down in transactions, we are not down in basic property taxes. Property has not lost value. Part of that, as you know, is Prop 13. There is some hidden property value that holds properties up. If this becomes a large property-based trend, if the trend continues and property values decline, that will be another hurt that is not currently in the budget. It assumes fewer transactions, but keeping prices high. Looking ahead, our general fund revenues are anticipated to increase, but by the lowest level since 2011-12. Most of the increase is sort of the ongoing property tax increase. And LPFF, license permits, fees, and fines, is our internal transfers when the special fund pays the general fund for a service, remits a permit fee. Again, this is assuming going back to full service level by the year of end. Most of our other tax revenues are down, and some down considerably, like transit and parking occupancy, which are very sensitive to the closure. As you will hear later from the finance department, they are slightly more pessimistic. That $30 million keeps coming up. The controller issued a report on revenue right before the budget came out. The controller's report, looking ahead, was relatively consistent with the mayor's proposed budget at his high level or his medium level. It offered a much lower negative projection as well, which was below the mayor's level. The principal change with the controller's report was he had a lower internal transfer, LPFF fee, and part of that was based on not having knowledge of the furloughs in his own calculations. But there's no question this is the lowest proposed growth rate since 11-12, and at least some economists think this is a little on the high side. The next chart just tracks our sort of economically sensitive revenues chart, which you are well familiar with, and you see the very low for 2021. So we are facing a revenue, I don't want to call it crisis, certainly a significant revenue shortfall in best case, and there are concerns that it could be worse. Turning it over to concerns it could be worse.
So yeah, I get to be Debbie Downer. Proposed budget, in terms of the downside risks, we've generally categorized them into 4 areas. The first slide relates to the downside risks as it relates to COVID-19. Really, the budget, as Rich had mentioned earlier, is predicated on the economy resuming to somewhat normalcy starting in July. Now, if that happens, the budget estimates may be okay, but it doesn't take into account if there could be a secondary spike, or if we need to close the economy again or slow down the economy again. As it relates to federal and state funding, it may not recover all of our costs. Federal government has generally provided the 75%. In the past, the state has covered a portion of it, leaving the city with roughly a 6% gap. But we also have not been able to recover all of our expenses, even in past requests to FEMA and to the state. And also, as it relates to the timing of those funds, as you know, the budget, we start the year and we must close the year. We may not have the luxury of waiting for revenues to come in order to balance. And then as it relates to economic conditions, really, none of us really know. We don't know how long this is going to go. We don't know the severity. We don't have that crystal ball. And really, it's just going to take time for all of us to figure out where we're going to end up at the end of the day as it relates to our revenues and our expenditures, because our expenditures are continuing to go up. There is nothing of great assurance right now in this proposed budget. And it's going to be like that for a while to come, we believe. As it relates to the revenue risk, the 7 economically sensitive general taxes that we have is at a 0.3% growth. That is a very, very low level. As Rich indicated, I think that at the beginning of the year there was a great deal of hope that those numbers would come in much, much higher, and the budget would have been balanced in a different way. But because the revenues have taken such a dive, there is a need to take some of the actions, or the mayor has proposed some of the actions to help balance this budget. The transient occupancy tax, while it's already been reduced in the proposed budget by $82 million, that may not be enough. Parking occupancy tax, while it's remained stable as proposed in the budget, that may also not be realistic, in the sense that there may be some requests at some point for people to request refunds who have paid parking occupancy tax in advance, maybe at some of the sporting events or entertainment facilities. So that may happen. If the recession spills over to the housing market, the documentary transfer tax, which was seeing a slight modest increase of $4 million, that also can be severely reduced. And as you know, this is probably one of our most volatile revenue categories. And also, as it relates to sales and business tax, now sales tax, the proposed budget does include a $4 million increase. However, that was before the governor recently announced the 3-month deferral for businesses. So businesses will have some time to delay their submittal of their sales tax, which could impact revenue receipts. And then also the $50,000 payment plan that's also been announced, and so that may go on for a year. And so the impacts of those 2 changes actually are not reflected in the sales tax estimates for the proposed budget. And business tax, while there is actually an increase year to year, it's only because it's of the deferral that we're seeing from the business taxes that will be coming in next year because of the shutdown. Finance has not been able to process all of the receipts. So what happens is you get a carryover into next year. But the question is, will those businesses still be around? Will they be able to pay? Will the gross receipts actually decrease over the coming year? So all of those are going to come to bear on what happens with these estimates. And just to put it into perspective, during the Great Recession, we saw our economically sensitive revenues drop by 4.8%. If that were to happen again in the upcoming budget, and I need to make a correction here, the $228 million reduction is actually a $242 million impact. And that's just a matter of, for perspective. If the city actually resumes more slowly, if departmental receipts fall short of the proposed budget, all of these will impact our revenue receipts. And then I need to mention property tax as well. The proposed budget does include a 6.6% increase in assessed valuation. That's built into the budget. That may be too high. The county assessor has not released their estimates yet, but that, if the number is too high, that's going to bring down our revenue estimate for next year as well. So there's a lot of downside risks contained in the revenue outlook for next year. Finance also, as you will be hearing later, have already indicated that the receipts that they are projecting will be slightly lower. They've already seen a decline in revenue receipts for April already, so I think we're down probably 12 to 15% just on April receipts. So that ultimately is going to perhaps impact where we start next year. The general fund reserves are also at great exposure. As you know, we have quite a few special funds that support the budgets of many departments, and we have listed some of them here. So to the extent that those estimates come in, then we should be fine. However, if they don't, and because many of these support the salaries of the police department, of transportation, of our public works department, recreation and parks, our general fund reserves could end up being the backstop for these departments as well. And there's a whole host of them beyond the ones that we've listed. I mean, Measure M could be impacted, Measure R could be impacted, Prop C. All of those, to the extent that they fund salaries for those departments, we're at great risk as it relates to those departments as well. Another thing that came to mind that we didn't put on the chart here was we need to think about also the collection activity from DWP. DWP collects our sanitation equipment charge, the solid waste fee. They collect our electric users tax. So to the extent that there is any change, the mayor announced a recent change in the for the billings for the DWP. If DWP is unable to collect the taxes, then that will also impact our revenue estimates that are supporting sanitation, for example, and the rest of the city, because these are general receipts. So there is real concern, and as you can tell, our reserves are very, very limited. And if you look onto the next slide, Rich touched upon this a little bit earlier, but you will see that our reserve fund is actually going to be at our lowest level since 2010 and 11, and that our cumulative reserves are the lowest since 2012 and 13. And we also need to be keeping in mind that while we have made great effort to build these reserves over the course of the last decade, these are only going to be available one time. Once you've used them, you've used them. And so that's why it's so important to be very judicious on how you use your reserve funds, and that the reserve funds, to the extent that you do use them, really should be towards one-time costs rather than continuing costs. Because, as you know, once we get through the next year, we've got other looming budgetary concerns as well. So there is a little bit of upside that we have received $700 million in coronavirus relief funds under the CARES Act. However, we need to keep in mind that these are strictly to reimburse us for COVID-19 related expenditures. It's not for costs that are funded in the city budget, and we must expend these funds by the end of December 30th. The Act is very, very clear in terms of what these revenues may be used for. The eligible expenses are direct expenses for medical costs, for safety measures, for public health expenses. But what it's also very, very clear on, it is not for revenue replacement. We cannot simply take these funds and replace the revenue that we've lost to pay for other services. So these funds must be used exclusively for COVID-19 related response. And as Rich indicated earlier, most of those funds, the COVID-19 response has been done off budget, and we've used loans from the Building and Safety Enterprise Fund as well as the Reserve Fund to help pay some of those costs, but ultimately those loans need to be repaid. And to the extent that we have federal funding to repay them, we need to look at that very carefully because if they're not repaid, they ultimately end up being a general fund obligation. And the other potential upside is, as you may be hearing, there have been discussions in Congress regarding a fifth coronavirus relief package, and to the extent that there is relief provided for state and local government to assist them, then we could see some help in that regard, but it still remains to be seen. So that leads us to our path forward. We'll talk about the budget a little bit here, the process, because as you know, the city charter requires that the city council to act on a proposed budget no later than June 1st. The city council has a very, very limited time frame in which to address the budget, with the budget being released on April 20th and the council needing to adopt by June 1st. Usually that gives us about 6 weeks. And usually, as you know, Mr. Chair, we spend all of 6 weeks getting ready for that, and this year it's a little different. If the council acts, then the proposed budget, if the council does not act, the proposed budget actually becomes effective. We're not like the state where it can carry over. We actually need to have we actually have to have a final budget. And that is specified in the charter that absent any action, it becomes effective. So regardless of what we do as we proceed in these hearings, we do know that we're going to have to revisit this budget frequently during the upcoming year, not only as it relates to the COVID-19 response, but also as it relates to its impact on our revenues, our expenditures, whether additional federal funding reimbursements, as all of that becomes more clear. If the situation improves, we do outline a couple of areas where we would suggest that we focus on in terms of repaying some of the loans that could become general fund obligations if we do not, and also restoring some priority areas that are important. And we know that restoring services is important to all of you, but there is great uncertainty in this proposed budget as presented, and everything is still very much evolving at this time. There's so much that's unknown about reimbursements, about our receipts, where we go from here, and once again, after we get through this period, there's still the issue of the structural deficit that we have. So I'm going to go a little bit off script here, but really the way we're looking at this is that this is truly going to be a placeholder budget for the upcoming year that we're going to need to review and assess and adjust as necessary as more data becomes available. I think that some of the thoughts that we've heard that, well, this doesn't provide for a process, I would say actually that this provides more of a process. There's going to be many opportunities for further discussion, from input from labor, from departments, and really, this body will retain its discretion, as we always do during the financial status reports. And so as changes occur, and we're going to need to be really, really careful if changes are proposed, the types of changes that they are, and if there are changes, then there really needs to be some sort of equal reduction or identified revenue that is real and achievable. And so with that, we are available to answer any questions.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. So, Mr. Llewellyn. I just want to put a little bit of an exclamation point on your last observation, because as we move forward, it's certainly going to be the commitment of this committee to have regular, in-depth analyses of every department's budget, not just between now and June 30th, but throughout the fiscal year. We will likely have more than our usual number of complete FSRs, and we will also have in-depth hearings by department to be able to assess the state of each department. Because as we sit here today, for all the reasons that you outlined, we simply don't have the ability to do that level of analysis because of the unknowable factors that you've just described. But I also want to point out that this is not just about this coming budget year. We are in this for the long haul. I'd love to be optimistic about the rate at which the economy will recover, and in many ways I am. But optimism is not a basis that we can budget on. And if we postpone making difficult decisions, those difficult decisions will become much more painful and harder as time goes by if conditions get worse or even stay the same. So the earlier we act on some of these difficult choices, the less likely they are to be as harmful and painful as they would be if we postpone those sorts of reductions into the future. And Mr. Llewellyn said that some economists indicate that the growth assumptions in this budget may be a little on the high side. I think that is that could turn out to be a gross understatement, and it very well could be that our growth rate might be negative. And if it is, that would mean a horrendous impact on the assumptions of revenues in this budget, and it would mean we would make drastically deeper cuts if we don't begin to assert that budgetary discipline right now. There are also a few other variables, I think, to add to this that weren't mentioned. Our litigation risk, for example, is always highly volatile, and we've taken a little bit of a step back in this proposed budget in the work that we've done in planning for potential large litigation expenses that could be unanticipated. For the long haul, the impact on the stock market nationally might very well lead to further discussions about reduction in the assumed rate of return for our pension funds. And if there's even a slight reduction in that assumed rate of return, that would lead to a drastic increase in the general fund's obligation to contribute to those pension funds. Perhaps not in the coming budget year, but certainly in budget years to come. And again, if we think we can rely on the good fortune of having a reserve fund now, we'll regret doing that in future years when those eventualities, if those eventualities were to take place. So thank you both very much. I want to go next to member questions, and then following member questions, we'll begin to take public comment on, and by the way, with regard to public comment, for those who are listening in, this is a special meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee. We will not be taking general public comment. We will be taking comment specific to the agenda item on today's agenda, and each speaker will have 2 minutes to do so. So with that, I will go next to member questions. And we will start with Mr. Price, followed by Mr. Blumenfield.
First of all, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your steady leadership during this time of uncertainty. We appreciate your focus, your commitment, your concern, and I also just want to congratulate all of my colleagues. Really appreciate the focus that we are all giving to this. Thanks to the CAO and CLA for their hard work, for the mayor and his work putting together this budget, and for the comments we're going to be receiving from labor, budget advocates, and others who, and Mr. Chairman, as you suggested, and also as the CAO and CLA indicated, this is going to be an ongoing process. So we just appreciate the collaboration and the involvement. These are unprecedented times. I'm reminded certainly of my years in the legislature during 2007, 2008, 2009. With some of you, we had to make some hard, tough choices. Cutting programs, cutting services. It was not a pretty picture. And here we are again trying to find a plan for a budget in the middle of a global pandemic, and the effects of which, of course, we still really don't know what's going to happen. But I know that, especially to our CAO, CLA, who reported already, who will be reporting back to this committee, even though we face difficult financial times, we've got to be smart on how we handle ourselves moving forward. And so I think we are while we're dealing with the situation now, we are laying a foundation, at least trying to identify a path to go forward. Right now, people are desperately in need of assistance. We have seniors who need meal delivery, tenants need to be protected, small businesses need financial assistance, workers need help finding employment, our homeless population needs to be housed, we need to keep our streets clean and have additional hygiene and sanitation services, and these needs are especially critical in the community that I represent. So even with financially uncertain and potentially difficult times ahead, we can't sacrifice these services that Angelino so desperately needs. So I'm encouraged by the preliminary comments that we received regarding those services. Even so, I hope we can rely on the CLA and CAO to work with our department heads to identify positions and funding that are necessary for these critical programs. And so the operation can be maintained and even expanded during this crisis and in its aftermath. We have to be smart in how we implement the furlough program and ensure that it does not impact frontline emergency operations. We are all in this together, and I know we will get through it as a city family working together. Having said that, Mr. Chairman, I do have a couple of questions, and this really will sort of, highlight the presentation that was made earlier.
Please go right ahead.
One, do we have an estimate of how much of the funding we've already expended for COVID-19, and how much that's going to be eligible for reimbursement from the CARES Act down? I know there's some uncertainty, but what do we know?
Councilmember Rich Llewellyn, CAO. As I mentioned, and our report highlights, that's an area that we're honestly a little behind. As of April 11th, we had the departments reporting every 2 weeks, and we've asked departments, and your council mayor have asked departments to report every expenditure, whether it's reimbursable or not, so we have a clear picture of what COVID is doing to our budget. As of April 11th, it was $44 million. We did get the report for 2 weeks later, and it was not as much bigger as we thought, but it didn't include some of our biggest spenders, sanitation, police, and rec and parks, which were late in turning in their information. If you're doing a straight line from that, it ends up being $134 million for this fiscal year. But as I mentioned, a straight line is honestly probably not a way to do it.
Right.
We are increasing some things dramatically, like testing, and our homeless response. Each hotel room is expensive. Whereas other things, like your convention center medical facility, which was set up as a worst case if we needed it, so far we haven't needed it. So that was set up, and we hope we never have to use it. That would be the right answer for that. Senior meals have dramatically increased, but at the same time, the state and the federal government has given us more money for senior meals. So coming up with everyone has asked me, sir, including you right now, give me a number. Just give me a number. Give me a number. And, sir, I just don't have a great number for you. I think to assume a better result in the budget to solve budget problems is too risky at this point. I do believe we will know more information relatively early in the fiscal year, maybe at the end of the first quarter, but it certainly won't be the beginning of the fiscal year. And I believe that information will be more of a picture of COVID. We will not, by that point, have a picture of the general economy, I don't think, I fear, and whether our economy side is recovering and how fast. We may have a better picture of COVID expenditure and responses, but the economy, I think that's going to remain a question for many months to come.
You mentioned the hit that the reserve fund, several of the reserve funds are taking. What are the consequences going to be if we don't get the reserve back up to 5%?
Well, honestly, sir, they're dire. And I think this is something the CLA and the CAO are very strongly in agreement on. I mean, the reserve fund is there, yes, for economic times, but it's also there because of the earthquake. It's all those important things that we aren't even talking about today that we need to have available for the critical needs that aren't even related to the economy. And we are looking at a potential, we hope, the pandemic is a terrible, but it's in the course of history, a relatively short-lived sort of response, call and response. But the economy, if it's hit hard, is going to be a sort of a longer-term kind of response. And the way your committee has built up the reserves has put us in a position to respond, we think, today without serious reductions, without dire reductions to city service, without mass layoff plans. But we need to build back those reserves so that isn't a future. Certainly we don't want a pandemic and an earthquake. We need the reserves built back up.
Yeah, contingencies are part of that too, Rich, but also too, the reserve fund is very important to us as part of our bond rating. And as it relates to our bond rating, if we don't have those high ratings, it actually ends up costing us more money to do business. So in addition to contingencies, the city's bond rating is greatly impacted by the level of reserves that we have in our budget.
You know, if I could sort of brag a little bit about your committee and the mayor on this one, we were recently rated by all of our bond agencies again since COVID started. All of them have said going back to your budget, it is a temporary rating. Because depending on what happens with COVID and the economy, it may come back differently. But so far, they have kept us at our existing rating. And their principal rationale for that is that this city, under your leadership, has figured out how to manage through a crisis, and they have confidence in your ability to manage through a crisis and take it very seriously and make hard choices. So that's a little bit of good news. They all said it's very much like this budget, a provisional rating. As the economy continues and COVID continues, unfortunately, they may downgrade us. But so far, I think because of your leadership, we are holding steady so far.
One last, Mr. Chairman. We've been talking about hiring freezes and furloughs as strategies, techniques to address these budget shortfalls. How will a hiring freeze impact departments that have been asked to maintain or increase services? Have we considered removing the hiring freeze for situations where it would actually be more cost beneficial for us to, say, move part-time employees to full-time rather than using overtime?
Councilmember, on the issue of sort of how will it impact services, it's tough. I mean, I don't think there's any response to that. While it is a relatively hard hiring freeze, departments can petition for an exemption based on the fact that it's either public health or public safety, that it's required by law. There have also been exemptions granted based on just math, that it actually is cheaper to fill this job because of the revenue it brings in or because of the services it provides that are economic as well as service provision. So it's a almost hard hiring freeze. It is not a 100% hiring freeze. So those kinds of considerations can be taken into account.
Well, I'd like for the CLA and CAO to work with the departments, especially those with frontline workers and workers directly working on issues related to the emergency, to give them as much flexibility as possible going forward, as you've indicated. It makes sense not to furlough certain positions or to remove the hiring freeze in some circumstances. I'd like for us to do so, especially if it doesn't negatively impact the budget. Mr. Chairman, my other questions are specific to the furlough program, and I'll wait and ask those questions at that time. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Price. Before we go to Mr. Blumenfield, I would like to, for the sake of the folks watching at home, I'd like to ask the clerk to explain for those who haven't already called in how people can get into the queue to go ahead and provide public comment.
Thank you. Those members of the public who wish to offer public comment to the committee today should dial 669-900-6833 and use meeting ID number 987-0899-4173 and then press pound. Press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Let me repeat that. You should dial 669-900-6833. Use meeting ID number 987-0899-4173 and press pound. Then press pound again when prompted for the participant ID. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Blumenfield. Oh, you're muted, Mr. Blumenfield. There we
All
go.
right. Does that work?
Yep.
All right. Mr. Chair, thank you so much. Thank you for holding this hearing. These are indeed difficult times, and CAO, CLA, you guys, as you always do, have done yeoman's work to try to put these budgets together and provide this analysis, and especially now with all of the uncertainties. I know how difficult it is, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the mayor's putting what is a very difficult budget together, a blueprint together for us to look at. And Mr. Chair, I also, the words that you said at the beginning about how we will be working on this through the next 12 months. This is really a starting point. But nonetheless, as a starting point, we will hope for the best, but we have to prepare for the worst. And I think that is just a sound way to go about budgeting, because if you don't, it'll be exponentially worse than you hoped. It's always great if things get better. So we're going to have to think. I mean, this budget forces us to do a lot of things, looking at the risks involved. But I think we're also going to have to go back and look at what are our core missions. And we may have to make some adjustments as we move in the next 12 months to not just the incremental changes, but to looking at the core functions of the city and focusing on where we have the best value. With that, I wanted to delve down in a couple of topic areas, and some of them covered a little bit, and I want to just touch a little bit more, and then a couple other, 10,000-foot level stuff for the CAO and CLA. First, dealing with the COVID-19 funds. We borrowed a lot from Building and Safety, the Enterprise Fund. I know that those money have to be used under Prop 218 for those purposes. So how long do we have to pay back those funds legally and just risk-wise until we get sued from a class action lawsuit saying that they have to be reimbursed?
Generally, reimbursements take place within the year. You're right, Mr. Blumenfield. There is some concern there because obviously if we do not make the payment, it is quite possible that the controller may just go ahead and do so to close out the books. And if that is the case, the only other source of revenue would be the reserve fund. So $125 million loan from the Building and Safety Enterprise Fund, well, generally we've been have usually reimbursed by the end of the year. This one may be rather unique. There are provisions to allow for borrowing, as you said, though, as long as they are repaid. So we've generally used by the end of the fiscal year as a guide. I don't know if that's going to happen in this particular instance, but regardless of when we pay it, we will have to pay it with interest as well. So it will be in our interest to repay quickly.
And the 75% match, is that just FEMA or is this for all of the federal funding, COVID funding?
So the nice thing is, other than FEMA, there is not a mandatory match. And so the FEMA lane does have the traditional mandatory local match, but some of the other pots, CDBG, SG, we believe they're just additional money to spend on expenditures.
Well, that's good news. And then in terms of the reimbursable funds, does it have to be additional new spending or just spending that's COVID related? And for example, the cost of rec and parks, LAPD, emergency workers at the rec and parks sites, is that chargeable to the Corona Relief Fund? What about the personnel from rec and parks, library that are doing COVID in lieu of their regular work because facilities aren't open to the public? So are we able to charge those salary costs and other costs as reimbursable?
Traditionally, sir, under the FEMA rule, we could not charge those. FEMA does not allow you to charge your base salaries. Even if they're redirected, you can only charge extras if they have to work extra shifts, if you have to bring in extra people. The other federal relief funds appear that they're going to be more relaxed on that. We do intend to try to charge all of those direct costs of city staff who have been redeployed, redirected to the Corona, particularly to the large CARES fund.
And on that note, I'm particularly interested in because where the big money is LAPD, LAFD. How much of their spending could be considered COVID related and eligible for funds? Is CARES funding available for that side of the ledger? And if it is, then the rate of reimbursement is kind of up to us because those numbers will balloon so quickly.
That is true. So the question is are there other uses that this body may want to use those funds for? Reimbursement is certainly one of them, but there's a whole host of other eligible expenditures, and I know that there's been discussion about using these funds for other services, but as we indicated earlier, we believe reimbursement should be one of the items of priority first before incurring additional other expenditures.
And I wasn't talking about other expenditures, but I'm talking about some of the funds that we're already spending. If we could get those reimbursed, doesn't that then free up more flexible general fund money to do what we need to do around the city? Or are you saying, or doesn't it?
Well, to the extent that it is reimbursing us for costs that were already part of the budget, then yes, it's a reimbursement, and then it becomes a reimbursement to the reserve fund, right? But if it's a new expense that's off budget that we're reimbursing ourselves, then it doesn't provide additional funding. So it depends upon were how whatever service or whatever program or whatever cost we incurred, whether it was something that we front funded from a department or whether it was completely off budget. And
I get it. So, but it is an avenue if we manage it properly to have a little bit more fungibility in terms of our general fund. I'll just leave it at that. I guess so. That's positive in my view.
Councilmember, if I could, I would just say that is you've hit a $64,000 question, and unfortunately, I don't think I have a real answer for you yet. The guidelines, even on the CARES funding, are evolving, and that's one that I think in a few months it'll be more clear about how much of essentially city staff we can cover. As Sharon noted, though, you're ultimately balancing the community needs and the city's budget needs. We want you to do everything 100%, but it may, even this much money, given the economic crisis we're facing, may not be enough money to do all that you want to do. Right. Can't spend it twice.
It's not a $64,000 question anymore. It's a $700 million question.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I know the reference, so thank you. Question on the reserve fund policy and the borrowing costs, which I agree that that is really important because it's foolish to go below what will hurt our borrowing costs, because then we just end up with less money overall. But I wonder, though, is 5%, given that this is happening across the country, across the globe, is it really going to be 5% that affects our borrowing costs, or will the standards go down to the point where 4% would still be a very strong rating? I don't know the answer to that. I don't know that you know the answer to that, but I think we need to look at that, because I don't know that the systems are going to be the same after this wallop from COVID. I guess that's more of a statement than a question. Maybe general questions about some other questions, topics, work versus worker training. And this is a tough thing to talk about but with less than 2 months, we've gone from 5% to 25% unemployment. And we have programs that help employ low-skilled workers, the Clean and Green, the day labor centers, and we also have programs that help people without job skills, like LA Rise and the Older Workers Program. And those programs tend to be very expensive in terms of money per person for employment. I'm just wondering, with this hiring freeze, how do we look at this dynamic, and how much should we really be focused on preventing a job loss versus trying to get folks hired? A lot of those programs are critical when we're in the hiring mode, which we've been in. But when we're comparing that to if we don't spend money somewhere else, we're actually losing real jobs. I just wanted to ask if you've been thinking about that and if that's going to be a factor as we move forward.
I'm not exactly sure what you're asking, Mr. Bloomfield. I do think the mayor, at this point, the proposed budget maintains those programs at the current level. It did not expand them, and it didn't cut them. I think you do have an opportunity, going back, as Sharon mentioned, the $700 million question, as you said, that some of that can be used for what I would call sort of economic development at all levels, including helping Main Street, helping worker training, but I don't think your council's made those decisions yet about how much.
Ultimately,
I guess
Mr. Bloomfield.
We're making deep cuts in our job providing programs, but no cuts in our job training programs. And I don't know. I just want us to look at that holistically, at the city's programs to provide entry-level jobs, and look at the analysis of the job cost per job created to help us make these tough choices. Because I don't want to stop our job training programs either, but I want us to be focused on maximizing the jobs that we can. Just another topic regarding homelessness, and we're involved right now with Judge Carter and trying to get a settlement, potentially district-specific consent decrees dealing with potentially housing tens of thousands of people, and that's going to be a major cost. And it's at a time right now where we're not in a place to add more costs. However, if we could classify some of these costs as COVID related, there might be a real opportunity to house a lot of people during this crisis. I mean, when you talked about $200 per person at the hotels per night, and I think about the numbers, that if we buy a pod for someone, that's about $5,000 for the year. You're spending that on not you, we are spending that on a per month basis to keep someone in hotels. And when that cost is over, that, the room is closed and they're gone. If there's a way in this budget, especially as we look at the possibility for settlement, to take some of those costs and put them into things, the same amount of money, but to house people in solutions that'll be more permanent, or at least will last longer, we could make a very big difference. And I think this could be COVID related, especially when you think about, our sidewalks. In the past, we've said 3 feet for ADA accessibility. Well, now with social distancing, we need to have at least 6 feet for those obligations. So I think that the COVID crisis has caused a greater need to get people housed. And just that 3 foot, 6 foot difference makes the difference on a tremendous number of sidewalks. So I don't know. I just want us to make sure we're thinking about that. And if you've thought about that and how we can basically transform some of that emergency money into housing dollars or shelter dollars that will last a longer period of time.
Sir, I'd briefly say a couple of things. One, and I thought the chair was going to mention this earlier, I do think the ongoing litigation is another risk facing the budget. Risk opportunity, but a risk if there's some kind of agreement or judgment to pay money that is not currently in the budget, wherever it comes from. We're going to have to find it. Secondly, your sort of Washington representatives have been working very hard to get the administration to be flexible on sort of homeless funding. That homeless funding now that has potential long-term impact is the best kind of COVID response. Washington so far has been a little reluctant on that one. The reason I believe that the state endorsed the hotel approach is because that is the approach that FEMA specifically approved. But I know the mayor's office, we're the city homeless coordinator, working with the CLA on spending state money. We're very interested in trying to see what we can create as a COVID response, honestly, with somebody else's money, that will potentially have longer-term impact. I'm not certain the answer is going to be as much as you and I would like, but we're certainly trying to study that.
I think at the end of the day, what we're all trying to do here is trying to maximize the use of the funds, right? Sure. The highest and best use. I don't think we're going to be able to figure that out in the next 2 weeks, to be honest. That's going to take a little bit of time to figure out. It's not going to be ready for the budget. But really, there is a focus on the highest and best use of these dollars, and it's going to take some effort to kind of coordinate all of that to determine where we put these dollars. The CARES Act, the $700 million amount, there is some flexibility, but there's not a lot of flexibility. Is that the best use for some of the programs that we're talking about here, or is it better to be used on assets that we can have for the long term? All of that's going to require further analysis, further balancing, further evaluation. But honestly, and I think I speak for the CAO here, is that we will not be ready to go forward with that in the next 2 weeks.
I'm sorry, sir.
Part of it.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rich.
I was just going to say, just to add a footnote, first off, 100%, 200% agree. We're just not going to have an answer in 2 weeks. But the thing that would help our own budget the most is a Washington bill that gave us revenue relief directly. Washington has been talking about it. The papers today say maybe it's a little more likely than it was yesterday. Obviously that's Washington beyond my pay grade, but I encourage all of y'all to be watching that very closely and doing what you can to get us a revenue relief bill.
Yeah, no doubt, and that's critically important. I mean, part of these questions, though, is to telegraph sort of where I think we should be going, and I know we're all doing that in our own way. Just two other quick areas. I mean, in the legal liabilities, by the way, I think that's also critical because we're going to be penny wise and pound foolish if we start cutting infrastructure, tree-related street damage and all that stuff that's going to end up costing us money legally. But we're going to have to look at that hard. But I wanted to ask you about the flexibility in management. In light of the furloughs, some of the general managers have asked for more flexibility instead of a 10% across the board cut in functional areas. How do we, in this process, make sure we're giving them the maximum amount of flexibility that they need while maintaining control over our priorities? Is there room for creating more flexibility for managers that want to take it on in lieu of the straight across the board cut?
I think a couple departments actually had an interesting alternative that would require some further exploration. What some of them proposed was actually increasing their salary savings rate in lieu of a furlough. So that actually might have some benefit, but on the flip side, there's going to be an equity issue across departments. So, yes, there are alternatives, but we need to think about and recognize that we could be creating unequal treatment of folks across departments. So I think that the furlough was intended to be an across-the-board effort and treating, for the most part, all civilians the same way, with a few exceptions.
Yeah, I would add to that, sir. The advantage of a furlough program starting at the beginning of the year is you actually start seeing savings in the first pay period, as opposed to a manager saying, I believe over the course of the year I can save a similar target, but in fact we won't know till the mid-year FSR later, in fact, if that's being accomplished. So I think there is the big advantage of a furlough program is it's a direct savings today. The second thing, some of the general managers have talked about different ways to save. Their flexibility is, quite frankly, less in the proposed budget, at least, that has a relatively hard hiring freeze. One of the ways they would save is by, I'll not fill that position for 4 weeks. I'll not fill it for 8 weeks. I'll have a higher salary savings rate. And that is honestly less likely if there's a relatively hard hiring freeze on top of the furloughs. So I would encourage your committee, to the extent that you are looking at sort of allowing kind of an alternate arrangement, there's an equity issue, there's an across-the-board issue, as Sharon mentioned, and it would have to be very carefully targeted to be real. Whereas a furlough in the first pay period, you're going to save 10% on each of these people.
No, I hear you. Although I want us to be, to look at all the options, and I know that may take place over time, but it's certainly, equity is a good thing generally, but sort of doggedly applied, or it might foreclose other possibilities that might be more beneficial for our city. So I just want to make sure we're thinking about that. And then, last, I think we're going to have to look at projects. There are some projects, convention center modernization, civic center, project, where we just don't know what workspace is going to be in the future. We don't know when the pandemic is over, if we're going to have big changes in the convention industry. We need to look at those things carefully, and also make sure that when we're looking at projects that are mission critical for our city, that we don't do things that are going to slow them down, in terms of human resources, payroll, and our banking transition, licensing of cannabis businesses, things like that if they're slowed down, that it's going to add to our economic problems rather than help us get out of them. Anyway, I've probably talked too much, and I've got a lot of questions, but I'll wait for the departments. And I just wanted to end with a little bit of gratitude for, again, the work that you guys are putting into this. and knowing how tough this is for all of us. And as we ask these questions, they're not great answers, not because you're not able to provide them, but because we're just in a very bad situation. So with that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blumenfield. Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I join my colleagues all in thanking our staff for all their great work on this, and our chairman as well. New fundings proposed for various programs to fund either new services or increased services. So the proposed budget, according to our numbers, contemplates spending $7.84 million on increased services and $5.33 million on new services. Will it be possible to proceed with these expenditures if revenue continues to decline during the fiscal year? And will furlough and hiring freeze policies affect the department's abilities to implement these priorities? And would it be beneficial to look at these programs to see whether there are some that we can't afford to pay for currently?
So, Councilmember, I would say the short is the budget proposed a relatively, as you pointed out, I think you said 12 million of newer expanded programming. For the budget of 12 billion, that's a relatively small amount. Mostly the budget is a curtail budget, but certainly your committee could look over time whether, even though those things are important, whether you decide they're nice to haves, not must haves. I don't know that you'll be able to do that in the next week.
No, I don't think we probably could do that in the next week, but it's something we should be looking at. One thing I'm not clear on is why the budget includes transfers to reserves when we're taking money out of the reserves and then putting it back in. Is there a purpose for doing that rather than just cutting less or cutting more rather than transferring it back and forth?
Well, I think there are two answers, sir. One is I believe the mayor's office believed that putting a small number in the reserve was a sort of an important policy statement about trying to protect it further. In addition, some of it comes from, honestly, the last-minute math of putting the budget together. It ends up being a little bit of a placeholder if there's a small transfer either way. But I do believe the mayor's office felt that doing a small transfer in, even though it's small and is not equal to what the loans are that have come out just for COVID, was an important policy statement about the importance of reserve.
Yeah, we support that too. It's an incremental amount. It doesn't, in the overall scheme of things, it adds maybe 0.1% to the reserve fund. So whether the reserve fund's at 3.64 or 3.54, that is the difference. And the last minute math now makes sense.
So it's largely a good faith gesture rather than anything else, I presume.
I think it's a recognition that by policy we're supposed to have 5%, and every effort needs to be taken to try to get to within policy. Obviously, this budget isn't going to allow us to even approach that, but even a recognition that it's important and that that some deposit is required. I think that's what this $12 million represents.
Okay. And what about, I think it was touched on, but I don't think we really got into it, on furloughs of revenue generating positions. I know we had this discussion 10 years ago when we were furloughing DOT staff that were writing tickets and were generating more than their salaries. Does it make sense for us to be doing that? And also a related example could be marijuana, which has been a bright spot in terms of revenue, but we also know that we have hundreds of illegal places still open, and the LAPD budget, I believe, takes money out of enforcement. Were we to actually mandate the successful enforcement and elimination of all these places, which might take large fines to landlords for allowing them to continue to operate, and substantial LAPD enforcement actions and substantial city attorney additional actions. We might pull in an extra $20 million or $30 million in revenue over those expenditures. So if we looked carefully yet at which things we might be undertaking that might be more cost effective, even though they fill one side of a ledger, they might fill the other side of a ledger to a much greater degree.
Mr. Koretz, I think I understand your question that yes, there are positions that generate revenue. I guess the question too is whether by adding people back, whether they're going to generate more revenue.
Yes.
What I'm trying to say is, the revenue, all of these positions are still going to be there. There's a furlough. So all of these positions are going to be there. So maybe what they're going to do is, instead of generating, let's pick a number, instead of generating $100,000 of revenue per day and collecting $100,000 per day, they may end up collecting $120,000 because of the furlough day. So it may take a little longer. We're still going to collect the same amount of revenue. It just may be over with fewer people over a shorter period of time. We're not going to generate additional revenue from having somebody come back on furlough. I'm not sure if that's very clear, but
no, it's actually kind of unclear. Let me give you another example. So I worked for the State Board of Equalization years ago as Brad Sherman's chief of staff, and I remember we had financial difficulties that were similar to this, and I believe they cut and furloughed auditors to begin with as an answer to the state shortage. And then they realized they were just digging themselves in a deeper hole, and then they wound up actually hiring a number of additional auditors because every auditor was earning 7 times their salary in successful revenues that they identified and brought in. So those examples, such as a person that writes parking tickets, if indeed they were netting more than their salary, if you furlough them, then 10% of what they were bringing in is reduced by the difference between their salary and the additional money they were bringing in. So by furloughing them, we would lose money. And I believe we did for a while. Have we looked at those situations to see whether those that are net revenue generating should be furloughed to dig us deeper into a financial hole?
So, Councilmember, I don't want to totally speak for the mayor and the proposed budget, but I think what they did consider those. We have looked in the past at furloughs, and did we treat special funded positions differently? Did we treat revenue funded positions differently or not? I believe the mayor's office decided, as Sharon mentioned, partially for an equity space to do furloughs across the board. In addition, it is true that the special funded positions do generate additional revenue for the general fund. So if we were to open them up, there would be actually a revenue hole created in a different way. In addition, even going to your examples, I think it's the notion of exactly what's revenue generating and how much per hour is certainly a question right now. Your point about people writing parking tickets, there's no question that DOT is writing less parking tickets today. And so trying to figure out what the exact revenue is with every position and if they're up or down and exactly how up or down would be a complicated sort of puzzle. But I believe what the mayor ultimately came with was across the board with very limited exceptions, as you know, and quite frankly, as a general manager, telling us to try to manage to maximize our production of sort of important services and revenue generation within that alternative framework. Don't think it's going to be easy for our general managers. I don't because these are, sending somebody home every 2 weeks is service reductions, but to maximize their most important sort of output.
And I know we talked about borrowing and passing. I'm wondering, though, if the fact that we're at record low terms right now makes it more advantageous for us to borrow as much as we're allowed, since we won't have that opportunity again, whether there's any net savings in taking advantage of that.
Well, I guess I would say a couple of things, sir. First off, the economic borrowing rate has been all over the map since COVID. For municipal borrowers doing issuing, crazy up, crazy down. Even though we think of it as a relatively low interest rate, it's been very varied. We are looking ahead. We normally, as you do, we borrow for cash flow and for our pension obligation. We do the TRAN at the end of this year, beginning of next year. We're not certain what the rates are going to be on that. And secondly, philosophically, sir, I would encourage you to borrow as little as you can. We're in a difficult hole. To the extent you have to borrow for whatever reason, a short-term COVID bill, you're borrowing, you should be paying it back, because ultimately you end up paying it back with some interest, and you sort of threaten your ability to make successful choices going forward. I do not encourage your borrowing your way out of this fiscal crisis, sir.
Once again, that should be an option of last resort. If this were your budget at home, the first thing that we don't go ahead and borrow first. We try to make reductions. We try to balance what we earn with our expenditures. We don't automatically go out and borrow, because ultimately that's going to cost you in the long term.
Okay, and well, you said it's all over the map, so my assumption that it was lower could be off. But do we have refinancing opportunities currently? Because we are obviously at least on the lower side. Are any of those opportunities available to us?
Mr. Kratz, you as a member of this committee know we refinance regularly. You'll see probably at least a couple a year where we can refinance older debt. It's something we look at literally every day. Depending on how soon we can finance an obligation, if we have to hold it for 3 years or 4 years, and then we look at refinancing. So we actually do that. That's something I think the city is a real kind of national leader in sort of aggressive debt management. We don't take out more debt, but we do refinance our debt to the most sort of best rates possible.
Okay, and one last question. Are there supplies that we can purchase at this time because, again, prices are lower, such as gasoline, for instance, that we can we buy in volume, and do we have the ability to store so that when, again, we have more vehicles out there and in greater use, we actually have the ability to use that and at a lower price?
That question actually might be more appropriate for General Services to answer. I do know that with regard to petroleum, they purchases through contract. The ability for us to store it may be one question, but having contracts, longer-term contracts that lock in those lower rates might be of great assistance, but that would be probably better directed towards General Services.
Okay, and that was sort of a general question too. Are we looking at those kinds of opportunities?
I imagine that departments are looking at all opportunities, sir. But that is probably something that we can delve further with the CAO to maybe get that word out to departments. But I would imagine that General Services is probably already looking at that. But it's definitely something that we will take back with us and discuss, maybe perhaps issuing a memo to department heads to look at those kinds of opportunities.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kretz. Mr. Bonin, anything at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the colleagues for the questions. And thanks to Sharon and Rich and everybody for working on this. This is a miserable time, and this is a pretty miserable budget, and we're going to be facing some pretty miserable choices. And I'm a little concerned that we're basing some of our decisions and our proceedings on some if not miserable, faulty assumptions. I think we're actually looking at sort of two budgets as we're doing these discussions. There's the actual proposed budget, which has the spending allocations and the revenue assumptions. And then there's this sort of phantom budget that we're all dealing with here, which is the same revenue or the same expenditure recommendations, but a wildly different sense, even if it's a confused one about what the revenue assumptions are going to be. I am of the school that I think that we are going to have a very, very long road out of this, and we're going to be in a very deep trench for a while with a lot of pain. So when this budget was first proposed, and it was stated that there would be furloughs, my initial reaction was, wow, okay, I thought it was going to be so bad that we would actually have layoffs. But then I looked at sort of some of the assumptions the budget was proposed on. It was actually proposed, as we've seen, on an increase in revenue for next year over this year. And the cuts were precipitated more because of not a loss in revenue, but because of the increase in salaries that are happening across a lot of parts of the city. So my first concern is that we start this proposed budget with a lot of pain through layoffs through a lot of the city and a corresponding reduction in services. And we do that based on some really, really rosy and I think just sort of flatly incorrect revenue assumptions. So we know going through this year there's going to be more pain. And the proposed budget asks us to look at what priorities should be for restoration of funding, and that's great, and we can discuss that. We probably need to have a conversation about what the priorities are going to be for the additional cuts, because there's going to be some. I mean, there's plenty of cuts in here already. I mean, we can say the level of service is going to remain the same, and we can look at the projected metrics and say things will be flat, but they're not going to be. One of the departments predicts that the Housing and Community Investment Department predicts that they will clear as quickly 95% of the tenant rent complaints. And we know that's not going to be true because we know that tenant renter complaints are going to be skyrocketing. And so it's going to be harder with less staff to get there. So, what I'm noting here, and Mr. Krikorian referenced the last time this happened when I was working for Mr. Rosendahl, the circumstances are very different, and in some ways our response is very similar because we're recommending furloughs and cuts in services with more to come, and at the same time we're doing what we did last time, which is we are doubling down and increasing the LAPD budget. And that's a conversation we should have and a choice that people should make, but it's sort of baked in as an underlying assumption of the budget. And I don't know that we should make it an underlying assumption. I want to thank Sharon for sort of calling it out in the presentation. We're at a time when, as was pointed out in page 10 of the CLA-CAO slideshow a little bit earlier, where services to the vulnerable are going to be cut. If we're furloughing people in HSID, if we're furloughing people in aging, vulnerable are going to be cut. And there's ways in which this budget to me feels like as we're walking into what I think is close to a Great Depression moment, where we're sort of responding with a Cold War budget. And I think that we need to really question some of those assumptions as we go forward. I also want to note, a couple other things that I found as sort of troubling assumptions is what's stated as the homelessness budget here. We have a lot of things in here which are counted as homelessness budget. I don't count the care teams as homelessness. I don't count, the LAPD overtime for patrolling bridge housing or around bridge housing as homelessness. Those are not expenditures that help us house anybody. Those are not expenditures that help us end homelessness. It just helps us respond to it. And we've got 400% almost more money in the proposed budget for encampment cleanups than we do for mobile toilets. And there's something wrong with that. And we've got $8 million for security around bridge, but while it may materialize in HAP or HEAP, we've got zero for shared housing. I don't see any money for master leasing or real solutions. And sort of just the final point before I get to questions on sort of assumptions is the word equity has been brought up a few times in having the pain of furloughs being shared. And that's sort of interesting because it raises the question of, well, equity for whom? Because spreading those cuts, the extending the furloughs to special funds in the name of equity, all that's doing is expanding the pain to the people that we're serving. If more of our essential services are people who provide our essential services are cut, the services that we deliver are cut. So I guess my first question would be, given that we know these revenue projections are really rosy, and I don't know anybody who's going to stand up and say, no, we should stand by these. Given that we know that money is probably going to be a lot less, and this budget already makes a 10% cut in staffing for a lot of departments. We can see the cliff ahead and we're heading towards it. Are there any plans to start a meet and confer process with all of our labor partners to discuss how we approach the additional cuts that might be coming?
Councilmember, I would say yes or is probably honest. We've been mainly talking with our labor partners about the proposed budget and the aspects of this budget, as opposed to a longer term kind of need to sort of control costs. That is on our agenda, but honestly our focus so far has been this proposed budget, as opposed to are we in a kind of long-term retrenchment period?
Well, whether or not we're in a long term, I guess we can argue about that, but we know that this budget, as has been said many, many times, is a placeholder. So discussions about what's proposed before us in terms of the pieces of paper and PDFs is, I think, less important than where we, I think, have a good indication of where we're going to be in 6 months. Is we're going to be in worse shape. And given that the meet and confer process takes so long, I mean, it's not done on a weekend. I don't know why we're not talking to every labor partner now, so that as we go through our mini FSRs, we have some collective thinking, not just a handful of electeds and city staffers, but we have some collective thinking with our labor partners about what our options are going to be. Because I think my guess is we're gonna need more options by August, certainly by October.
Point well taken, sir.
Okay, so that would be my recommendation anyway, is that we do that. I'd like to ask in some of the documents that we were reading through, it talks about how there are still some fees that do not do full cost recovery. And I'm hoping that in this process, we can look at what those fees are and whether or not we should get to full cost recovery on some of them. Is there any plan to do that as part of this?
You could initiate that. One of the ones that currently isn't full cost recovery is the solid waste fee, which has been cost recovery, and there hasn't been an increase to it probably in a decade. So
I mean, I'm not endorsing that specific proposal. I'd like to know what the different options are. I think we need to have those on the table. If we don't need them for the next week, we're certainly going to need them.
Yeah, there are a number of them, as you've indicated, and we can provide that list. But off the top of my head, some of the fees collected by the planning department may not be full cost recovery as well. The solid waste fee is definitely one, and there is another fee that fails me right now that is also not at cost recovery.
Okay.
But to the extent that we can, of course, some of them we may not be able to do on our own, though. Some of them may require, yeah.
But Councilmember, we appreciate that. Part of our fiscal policies are to go to full cost recovery, and we are trying to identify in our sort of accompanying documents fees that we know of that are not at full cost recovery. And many of those, some are just gotten old. So last time we did it, it's now behind. Some were policy decisions at the time. I didn't want to go to 100% for whatever reason, but we invite you to revisit all of those.
Okay. Thank you. Also wanted to sort of just piggyback on Mr. Koretz's point about furloughing revenue generating positions. There may be some positions that generate the same amount of revenue, whether or not they work 9 days out of 10 or 10 days out of 10. That's not true of all, though. It's not true of, for instance, parking enforcement officers. The amount of revenue they do is related to the amount of time they're out there on patrol. So I want to make sure we look at whether or not we're reducing revenue sources inadvertently by doing some of the furloughs. Also, just while I'm on I'll actually bring that question up later when we do the furloughs. A couple of structural questions. I'm wondering if we have any sense of what the impact is going to be of a hard hiring freeze related to the anticipated rate of retirement in different departments.
Where's the question on
that? We have a hiring freeze right now. So, I mean, you first hear that and it's like, okay, we're not going to be filling the existing vacancies, but there's going to be a lot of people, I don't know how many, who are going to be retiring in the next year. Do we have a sense of how many are going to be retiring, how many additional vacancies that will mean, and what impact that will have on services?
So I know that the LACERS department has that information. They send an annual report to the departments about who is retiring. I don't know if we have access to that, but that's certainly something that we can look at to see what the relationship is.
Yeah, I think most general managers have a sense of what percentage of their workforce is retirement eligible. Just based on that, I think it would be useful to know is the planning department, for instance, going to be particularly gutted as a result of retirements and a hiring freeze simultaneously? Or is the library department going to be impacted? I think that's something we need to know going into this.
Councilmember, the budget does, as you know, propose a fairly strict hiring freeze. That did, in my recollection, is it was, I shouldn't say what number was associated with that. And that was at least projection of the number of people that would go. I do not know that we have a projection by department. I think that would be more complicated, honestly, because that is not, it's not that LACERS doesn't have that kind of data, but that would be a combination of sort of LACERS and the general manager looking at their staff. We do have a projection for the current hiring freeze behind that number, the savings from the freeze.
Yeah, there's about $30 million that's going to be generated. Yeah, I think it's about $30 million from the hiring freeze. So we would have to go back, and it was an estimate. I'm sure that there was not a position by position analysis done. It was probably done by an average of the amount of retirements that take place in the department. But I can almost assure you that there was not a detailed position by position that would retire, and then looking to see through lacers which ones could be retiring. That's my guess. But
I just know anecdotally, a lot of general managers sort of have a sense offhand. I'll ask my staff to check. I'm just very concerned that some departments might be more impacted than others, and just sort of want to be going into this with eyes wide open. And as I've indicated in some of my previous questions, just having all options on the table.
Councilmember, one little thing about that. I do agree with you. We do not have, I agree with Sharon, we do not have a department by department estimate that came up with that. It was a citywide estimate. But it is true, while it's a relatively hard freeze, there is some flexibility to approve an exemption if, for example, all the IT people left entirely at the same time for whatever reason. The department could petition for an exemption. That isn't the same as being sort of totally aware, as you're asking, but there is a way to petition
but I think, as many of us will note, Mr. Koretz, I'm sure would echo that the petitioning process for that kind of thing it ain't easy, and it takes a long time, at which point the impacts have generally been felt. Did either of you know why Summer Night Lights is being eliminated? I don't have one in my district, but by all accounts, I thought it had been very successful and is the kind of investment that we want to be making. I'm just curious if anybody knows.
I think the main reason, sir, is it doesn't look like there's going to be Friday night gatherings in the park.
Okay, all right, that's a reasonable answer. Although there may be ways to reprogram those funds to something else that provides opportunities for young people. I'm not sure that just cutting it entirely is the right way to go. But I'll ask more questions about that later. And just sort of finally, this is sort of a bigger question, but Mr. Blumenfield alluded to our lack of adherence to the policy for capital investment and for infrastructure. Do we have any sense of how much of that is? Well, I'll save that question for later because I'm not phrasing it correctly, so I'll save that for one of the other sections. Okay, that's all I got for now, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Bonin. Okay, members, just run of show here. Looks like we have about 20 to 30 members of the public who are waiting to speak. So what I'd like to do is go next to public comment, and then at 1 o'clock, we will take a break of about 20 minutes or so staff here can grab a bit of lunch and we can get reorganized. When we come back, we'll hear a report from the CAO, further report from the CAO related to COVID-19 emergency response expenditures. And then we will hear a brief presentation from our civilian labor partners, as well as the Neighborhood Council budget advocates, followed by a report from finance, and then we will go to a consideration of furlough reports that are before you. And how we're going to handle the furlough reports is similar to how we handle FSRs. So if you have particular questions about particular departments, when we begin that process, I'd ask that each member to indicate which departments you're interested in so we can focus our attention there, and then other departments who are not on that list can sign off the line and go about their day. So that will be how we'll proceed. So we'll go next now to public comment. And before we take the first speaker, I'd like to ask the clerk again to remind people how to call in if they wish to participate.
Again, those members of the public who wish to offer public comment to this committee should call 669-900-6833 and use meeting ID number 987-0899-4173, and then press pound. Press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Thank you.
All right, and we'll go ahead and begin with the first speaker. Each speaker will have 2 minutes, and I'm afraid we're going to have to really stick to that. So, and also, all speakers will need to remain on topic relating to our sole agenda item today, because this is a special meeting. Let's take our first speaker.
Hello? Can you hear me? It's Eric Previn. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Previn.
Okay, thank you. So it's Eric Previn, and what I wanted to comment on was this very grim and disturbing situation. And obviously, whereas I think on one spectrum we feel that the budget that has been put forward by the mayor is even a little bit too rosy, we have to find a way to do smart things and do as little harm as possible to both the public and city staff. Things that I was listening intently about included this idea of utilizing unfilled positions to get salary savings instead of doing furloughs. Now, I think that that's a balancing act that is going to have to be looked at closely, but in general, it is probably not a great idea, because we have to deal in, kind of one-time situations wherever possible. And I heard the CAO striving for that, talking about how we should borrow for this and this alone. The one thing that I think people are not pleased about is how the calculation that LAPD and LAFD will continue to receive enormous amounts of the budget while other departments struggle. There's a lack of equity. And to make it very clear, that people do want the council members themselves to take a furlough, to take the 20% like the LA Times reporters have to take, or whatever the city employees, if it's going to be closer to 10%. That should definitely happen. And obviously the city attorney should be dramatically impacted, because they have too many people and they're all at a higher level that is basically killing us. It's too much for the city attorney's office, and they've done a terrible job of supporting the public interface with City Hall, which is part of why I had to bring a lawsuit about this very kind of meeting, a special meeting that was held without taking comments from the public. And Mr. Krikorian's effort to put
Thank you very much,
one
Mr.
item,
Previn. We'll go ahead and take our next
the one
speaker.
item program
Thank you,
is
Mr.
not
Previn.
appropriate.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. And I'd like to ask, while we're waiting for that speaker, to remind everyone to go ahead and turn off your devices if you're waiting to speak. Next speaker, please.
Record. Hi, it might be me.
Go right ahead.
Hi, thank you. My name is Lisa Hart. I'm on the board of the Neighborhood Council Sustainability Alliance. We appreciate the need to prioritize public health and safety now, and of course, the climate crisis is a public health crisis. So while we naturally do expect cuts in programs, we think eliminating programs such as the Office of Climate Emergency Mobilization and the Wildlife Pilot Study is really short-sighted and repeats the mistakes that have been made in the White House. So we are asking you to do what you can to avoid that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Speaker, please state your name for the record.
Hello?
Yes. Go ahead, sir.
Hello?
Yes, go right ahead.
Oh, thank you. My name is Edward Guerin, and I am on the Voices Neighborhood Council, but I am not representing Voices Neighborhood Council. I want to be very clear about that. Am I still with you?
Yes, you are. Go right ahead.
I'm not hearing. Oh, okay, thank you. I just wasn't sure if the line had disconnected. I want to offer a couple of thoughts on this. I know the city needs to reduce expenses. I understand that. I do have some concerns that issues which relate to developing a better future, for example, climate change and the Climate Crisis Task Force, that we might look for adding new revenue specifically via a carbon tax, which there's a lot of discussion about nationally, internationally, but this may be an opportunity for the city to impose a small, and I want to be very clear, small tax to specifically make sure that department can continue doing its work and all the related activities with it by imposing a very small carbon tax on things that consume carbon, new cars that are gasoline powered, new home appliances, heating and water heating, which I once worked for the gas company installing and repairing those devices. Water heaters and furnaces are the largest consumer of carbon in Southern California. So by putting a small tax on those devices when they're sold new, A, it would be able to fund going future for those activities related to carbon. B, as the economy improves, we can increase the tax as an incentive for people to switch over to sustainable energy for those two items and other items as we go forward. But I just wanted to lay that out on the table because right now there is a lot of fear, and whenever we're afraid, I'm a family therapist, we want to pull in. And certainly we need to do that with a lot of things. But it's also a time to look to the future in terms of expanding what we can do to achieve the goals that we want to achieve.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, next speaker, please.
Speaker, please state your name for the record.
Wendy Butts.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. This is Wendy Butts, the CEO of the LA Conservation Corps. Our partnership with the City of LA has become even more important of late. Our Corps members are cleaning streets, clearing blighted alleys, removing graffiti, repairing sidewalks, planting trees, cutting concrete for more trees, creating and maintaining green spaces, and building green career pathways toward their own futures, all with support from the City of LA. We are grateful for the continued partnership outlined in the draft fiscal year 2021 budget and want to assure you that we're in this together. While funding for our hallmark First Job Experience program, Clean and Green, was cut in half, we are committed to leveraging funding from other partners to keep our boots on the ground to provide much-needed community beautification and other essential services now, throughout next fiscal year, and beyond. We ask you to keep us in mind if the city's financial position improves and when that happens to restore our Clean and Green funding to its fiscal year 1920 level of $1 million. We're at the ready to serve the city's most basic and never more important needs. We are nimble and flexible, and you can rely on us to do whatever it takes to keep the city clean and green while serving LA's most vulnerable youth, young people who now may be the only ones in their families bringing home a paycheck. Thank you for always standing by us. We are honored to stand by you today.
Thank you, Wendy, and thank you for your great continuing work. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name for the record.
Tony Tucci. Chairman Krikorian and committee members, my name is Tony Tucci, and I'm chairperson of the nonprofit Citizens for Los Angeles Wildlife, or CLAW for short. We oppose the budget's decision to kill the wildlife pilot study. We need the wildlife pilot study and the related planning positions restored. Conditions for wildlife are getting worse each day, and as you know by now, last month the state gave our city's mountain lions candidacy under the California Endangered Species Act. Their status is immediate, and no project is vested, no department is immune from this regulatory impact. Hillside categorical exemptions are a thing of the past. Now smaller projects in hillside zones will have to go through a much more robust environmental review. But the good news is that with the work to date from the wildlife pilot study, we have already been working towards solutions to protect habitat and might be all that much closer to a programmatic EIR to deal with the cougar's endangered species status. But not if we put the study program on a shelf, CLAW will be coming back to you year after year to support this program. It is a far more economically sound decision to keep a program going today than to stop and start it. Last month, when the petition for mountain lions was accepted by the Fish and Game Commissioners, they discussed our economy under crisis and that the development of housing was traditionally a big way to rebound from recession. But before the commission cast their unanimous vote, they said the way to improve more housing was to build up and not out. Their comments were that it is completely possible to provide new homes for people while simultaneously preserving the homes and habitat of a threatened species. In this instance, the state is walking and chewing gum at the same time, and we ask the city to do the same. Let's preserve wildlife habitat even in a time of crisis. Please, please, we need to not cut off projects that will protect the environment and the health of all Angelinos.
Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name for the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Andrea Leon Grossman, and I'm an environmental justice advocate representing Azul. For far too long, we have allowed sacrifice zones and extractive economy that hurt people of color and low-income communities in our city. The coronavirus has now given an extra hard blow to those very communities whose health has been affected by our lack of an action to transition away from this damaging status quo. For the last 2.5 years, we have been fighting to bring justice to these communities by creating and funding a climate emergency mobilization office. Such an office would not only help us transition away from a climate-wrecking and a health-wrecking economy, but will save us money in the long run. Funding an office that looks at efficiency in energy when we currently have 4% of buildings using 50% of the electricity is a no-brainer. Cutting that waste not only saves the city money, but it saves emissions from hurting Angelinos and saves families on our bills. I completely agree with Councilmember Brillenfield that we cannot afford to be penny wise and pound foolish. This is a matter of public safety, public health, and equity. Like Councilmember Price said, we must not sacrifice those who most need us now. Funding the Climate Emergency Mobilization Office is without question the highest investment used, and not doing so will be a slap in the face to those who are most vulnerable and have suffered for decades. This is a must-have. I urge you to please do not cut the funding, and please let us have the CMO office. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name for the record.
Hello, this is Steve Belhumer. I'm the Executive Director of the Engineers and Architects Association. To the members of the Budget and Finance Committee, thank you for opening up this public comment. We've also submitted a memo for each of you, but we want to echo and appreciate some of the comments that have been shared today, encouraging this body to work closely with labor, recognizing that this is an approach that should be taken quarterly and ongoing as we proceed through the process. We've been working with the coalition and several other unions. They'll be making a presentation. We'll echo their support. We would also like to state that we would encourage you to eliminate new proposed funding for new projects and work towards maintaining the commitments that have been made. And we'll continue to follow up with you each on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Mike Mariscal. I'm a merchant on Olvera Street. Can I continue?
Yes, but we're having a little trouble hearing you, sir. If you could get a little closer to the mic. And turn your device down, please. You might be getting it. Yes, go right ahead, sir.
Okay. My name is Mike Mariscal, Olvera Street merchant. Hope everyone's well, and I'm talking to all of. I thank you for hearing me this morning. I'm a merchant at Olvera Street, Cultural Institute of Los Angeles for 90 years. My family has 6 generations, and the only family that has that many generations working on Olvera Street. Olvera Street, as other businesses are not only not opening they are unsure of future problems that will exist in reopening. We are asking for your help. We have a lot of letters that have gone into Councilman Krikorian's office, both from the merchants and the citizens of LA. We must protect Olvera Street. We must help the merchants, and we also must help El Pueblo Park. We need to save Olvera Street, as it is a 90-year-old cultural institution, and if the city doesn't, then they will need to ask why this place was not saved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name for the record.
Hi there, my name is Jennifer Stavros. I'm a freelance journalist. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. In honor of Mr. Stiller's passing, I sadly have to say I have some grievances to air. Those grievances are regarding El Pueblo and Olvera Street. I've been following along with what has been happening with Olvera Street since the pandemic has started, completely wiping out the history of our beloved monument, which you have several merchants that are hurting. It is to my understanding that Mr. Huizar submitted a motion that, to my understanding, also hasn't been heard, as I've been attending every city council meeting lately and haven't heard it brought forward, talking about some assistance that is potentially might be underway for Olvera Street merchants. While that is a great and commendable thing, it is just a drip, unfortunately, at the livelihoods of the embedded 90-year history that these merchants have there. Unfortunately, as we are kind of surmising from this epidemic, this is not a 2-month-long issue. Merchants probably paid rent in March, and if I had to guess, I'm betting that they didn't get any assistance for that, even though they've been closed for the most part since March. While a 2-month measure to assist them with rent is a good step forward, I regret that it is not good enough, unfortunately. Tourism is going to take a long time to bounce back, and we need to have collective support for our marginalized communities, especially the individuals and merchants at Olvera Street, as well as our homeless populations, which I feel are greatly not being assisted.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name for the record.
Next speaker, please.
Please
go ahead, speaker.
State your name for the record.
Boy, thank you for letting me speak to my mommy and my daddy, Paul McGough Krikorian.
Mr. Spindler, stick to the agenda, or you'll be cut off.
Issue of the Pueblo de Los Angeles monument. They're being fucked in the ass by a gay mayor.
Okay, I don't think he's on the topic of the budget, so his time has expired. Thank you, Mr. Spindler. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name for the record.
Hello, is it me? My name is Nancy Matson. I'm a member of the Neighborhood Council Sustainability Alliance. And I just wanted to echo what a couple other people had commented on, that we really need to make the Office of Climate Emergency Mobilization a priority and to receive some funding. I mean, there are thousands of volunteers in the city that do work on climate issues, but we're going to be set back quite a bit without any sort of official city positions to support that effort. And even though I think we all recognize the seriousness of the pandemic, once that's resolved, we will have to deal with the other looming crisis, which is climate change. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name for the record.
Go ahead, speaker. Speaker, go ahead, please. All right. Can we go to the next speaker then, please?
Speaker, please state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Oscar Montiel. Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon. Go right ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Oscar Montiel. I'm the Day Labor Program Supervisor for the Instituto de Educación Popular de California, IDEFSCA. We operate 5 out of the 7 day labor centers in the city of Los Angeles. Prior to the pandemic, we connected over 1,000 day laborers to jobs and resources. Day laborers are considered to be essential workers as they perform essential jobs, yet they do not qualify to many of the current federal aid, nor have the same safety protections as other workers. Since then, we have had to become the first line of responders to this community. Throughout the pandemic, we have provided over 1,000 hot meals, hundreds of grocery bags, provided direct financial aid, and are still connecting workers to jobs. We're appreciative that the Day Labor Program was included in the mayor's budget. However, we're still receiving a proposed $200K budget cut. This will significantly affect the help we provide to the day labor community. As I mentioned earlier, they don't receive or they don't qualify to the same aid. So it will greatly affect them if we cannot continue to help them with that cut. So therefore, we ask that the City Council restore the Day Labor Program budget under the Economic and Workforce Development Department to current fiscal year level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Mindy Mann.
Good afternoon. Go right ahead.
Yes, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I live in Benedict Canyon. This is Council Member Kortz's district. I would like to urge you to not defund the wildlife pilot study, and I would also like to urge you to fund the budget for urban forestry. I'm aware of the dire situation the city is facing due to COVID. However, since COVID pandemic has occurred, access to the outdoors is more important than ever. Fresh, healthy air, a vibrant tree canopy help rejuvenate our bodies and our souls. Nature is meditative and it's also irreplaceable. The pilot program is close to becoming an ordinance, and it would be a shame to waste all the time and effort that has been spent bringing it to fruition. Los Angeles is the only major city in the United States with a mountain range in its midst, and we have a responsibility to preserve this rare treasure for the health and well-being of all Angelenos. And again, I thank you for allowing me to speak today, and I hope that you will take this into consideration.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name for the record.
Go ahead.
Hi, it's Daniel Gus. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Gus.
Oh, hi. Hi, thank you. I have 5 ideas, and I'll just kind of ramble through them. Council members, as some of you know, the city of LA paid me pointlessly $10,836 earlier this year for the misconduct of LAPD officers and a deputy city attorney. The city should consider establishing some sort of consequence for torts maliciously committed by city employees. As Mitch Englander once tried to propose, that should include a pension forfeiture for malicious acts. You should seriously consider that. Next subject, you should consider seriously enforcing spay-neuter, because when you enforce spay-neuter, you reduce animals coming into the system. You have fewer animals in the system, you need fewer shelters, fewer shelter employees, less suffering. Wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? And we never, ever enforce spay-neuter. Next subject, you should really consider making general manager salaries commensurate with middle managers in the corporate world. There is no way some of your general managers could make anywhere near $200,000, $250,000, $300,000 in the private sector. Lastly, as somebody was talking about that your big problem is lacers. Your big problem are public pensions. Now, for the people who are already on or within 5 or 10 years of needing public pensions, you can't do anything about those people. They've built a career on relying on public pensions. But you should seriously consider moving towards, for the younger members of the workforce, toward a 401k thing that resembles the real world. Pensions is what's going to make all of this budgetary concern crumble. Tourism, as we know, is not coming back to LA anytime soon, especially with a bunch of homeless people sleeping in beds where you want tourists to come through. So you should really look at pensions, look at GM salaries.
Thank you, Mr. Thanks. All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Rob Kwan.
Hi, Mr. Kwan. Go right ahead. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Appreciate the sober conversation, but it's not quite all that sober unless we talk about LAPD. Encouraged to hear at least some discussion of that, but I do think we need to look at our pension costs, the drop retirement program. We've made some tinkerings, but we need to just end the program. Our charter says that the drop is intended to be cost neutral, and it never has been. We need to just acknowledge the writing on the wall. Now is the appropriate time to reevaluate that. With regards to our City Ethics Commission, we were on pace to get rid of our audit backlog in about a year's time, and instead these furloughs are going to prevent that. We've entered the 2022 fundraising cycle, and we have barely started auditing the 2017 elections. They frankly don't have the resources they need to build their developer database, which is going to just pull away resources from other tasks like matching funds claims or simply auditing elections. Do appreciate that the mayor has included money for the LA Justice Fund. I hope that the Budget and Finance Committee does take up the CLA motion on improving the program. And lastly, I just note that we talk about equity all the time, and we haven't adequately funded the Civil and Human Rights Commission. I guide you to look at the request submitted there by Capri Maddox. $200,000 go a long way in ensuring that this program actually gets up and off the ground. This is an essential service. It's something that we really shouldn't be leaving on the side. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name
Hi,
for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Manny Gomez.
Good afternoon,
I'm the Policy Director for Tree People. Thank you, Chairman Krikorian and committee members. Thank you for all your...
Oh, we lost you, sir. Okay, I'm going to... Oh, there. I hear something. Are you there, sir?
Hello?
All right. To the speaker we lost, if you could please call back in. I'm afraid the line dropped for some reason. And so let's reset the clock, please. And we'll go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Valerie Hanley.
Good afternoon. Go right ahead.
Hi. Thank you very much, Budget and Finance Committee members. My name is Valerie Hanley. I'm a third-generation merchant on Alvera Street. And I know we're speaking about the entire Los Angeles city budget. El Pueblo, of course, is a small, very small portion of it. However, we're going to be in one of those situations where we're really going to need the city's help for us to be able to survive. The merchants on a whole will be probably one of the last areas, El Pueblo, to be able to recover, basically because we rely heavily on tourism, and that's going to take a very long time to recover. Our local customers will have very little expendable income right now and for quite some time. And we're going to have new restrictions on how we can actually do business there on Alvera Street. So I think what we're asking our city family as our landlord is to be understanding and compassionate to our situation. Hopefully you'll be able to work with the merchants and be able to help subsidize El Pueblo for some time so that we can continue to be this historical heart of Los Angeles. We really do need your help and consideration in your entire budget planning to be able to do that. So hopefully we can continue our 90 years and beyond that we have been there. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Let's reset the clock, please, and go to our next speaker. Go ahead and state your name.
Hi, my name is Nicole Evans. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Oh, great. Awesome. Yeah, I'm a member of Sunrise Movement Los Angeles. I'd like to thank you for allowing us to speak. I would like to echo Bonan's concern that we are taking this increase in the LAPD's budget as a given, and also like to echo his concern that we're counting the overtime policing of bridge housing and cleanup as a homelessness budget. And these are not the services that actually help the unhoused. We are in the middle of many simultaneous crises. We are in a pandemic, a housing crisis, an economic crisis, a healthcare crisis, and a climate crisis. And it is so terrifying to me as a young person to see that our budget is now missing the Climate Emergency Mobilization Office that was supposed to be a department. We need to do more. I was at City Council the day that the City Council passed the Climate Emergency Mobilization Office and voted to declare a climate emergency. And we cannot at this time postpone acting on climate. I would like to quote the chair on this. If we postpone making difficult decisions, those difficult decisions will become much more painful and harder as time goes by. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name for the record.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Alexandra Morales, and on behalf of Carecen, on the budget, we support the mayor's proposed budget as it pertains to the Los Angeles Justice Fund. These times of crisis more than ever have highlighted the disparities that exist among our most vulnerable, including our immigrant community. We must continue to be a leading city to ensure that our immigrant community is represented and supported and not left behind, especially in worst of times. And for our immigrant community, that worst of times is when they find themselves in need of deportation defense in order to not fall victim to being stripped away of their due process and separated from their families in LA. As we have seen happen for many, many years, the LA Justice Fund is a prime example of how we must continue to be committed and work together to defend our most vulnerable. Even if one member of our community is lost, a whole family and community is impacted. The Los Angeles Justice Fund has helped hundreds of our immigrant community members remain with their families in LA. We must continue to be ready to respond, especially as we see on the horizon TPS holders and DACA recipients vulnerable to being part of this group, as they both await court decisions this year. We must be ready. Members of your committee said it best last year during the first budget hearing then. The LA Justice is part of the DNA of our city to support our immigrant community. For these reasons and more, we thank you for your commitment to our immigrant community, and we look forward to continuing to work with you and the county. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name for the record.
Manny Gomez.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Manny Gomez. As I said, I'm the Policy Director for Tree People. Thank you, Chairman Krikorian and committee members for all your leadership on the budget and support for urban forests in the city of Los Angeles. On behalf of Tree People and 12 of the most active urban forestry groups in Los Angeles County, we respectfully request the following two items be given strong consideration. One, funding to maintain the current urban forestry staff level and provide staff for the city forest officer without any additional personnel changes. That includes funding to support the proposed new positions for the city forest officer and the Board of Public Works. We also strongly oppose the mayor's proposed elimination of the 7 vacant positions in the urban forestry division of the Bureau of Street Services. We think now more than ever it's critical to be strategic and support the urban forestry workforce in the city of LA to sustain our urban forests and of course our desirable benefits for current and future generations. Second, we're asking about $400,000, if possible, to complete the urban forestry management plan. We know with the first ever city forest officer that the ongoing street tree inventory is long past due. We have to develop that in order to have a robust urban forestry management plan that serves as a roadmap for urban forestry management in the city. So thank you again, Chair, for your partnership, time, and consideration. We did submit the letter for the record, so if you have any more details, it is in the file.
Great. Thank you very much, and I'm glad you were able to get back in. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name for the record.
Vivian Bonzo. My name is Vivian Bonzo, and my family opened La Golondrina restaurant on Olvera Street in April of 1930. The Olvera merchants recognized the extreme financial dilemma that has quickly become a reality in our city and in our personal lives. I come to you today to ask that you do whatever it takes to save our historical monument and all of its occupants at El Pueblo. There is only one area that has preserved the history of our city and has for 90 years, and that is this monument. We greatly appreciate Councilman Huizar's upcoming motion for 2 months rent forgiveness, though we have no money to pay normal rents due in 20 days. Nearly everyone remains closed on Olvera Street. It would be tragic for all of our families, employees, and vendors to end a 90-year history because of a 90-day eviction notice from the city. Without your help, that is the guaranteed outcome. Some may know that Olvera merchants are the only concessionaires in Los Angeles whose right to a lease came through a ballot measure approved by LA voters. This came with an exemption from the city's public bidding requirements in recognition of our efforts to preserve historic buildings and showcase our culture over nearly a century at El Pueblo. The El Pueblo Department has been revenue neutral since Richard Reardon's tenure as mayor. It is our hope that those days will return again after the COVID issues are behind us. In line with a unanimous motion adopted by the El Pueblo Commission, our request is for the City Council to relieve the Olvera businesses of the impossible burden of rent until such time as we have the means to pay modified rent again. We are reaching out to the Commission with rent proposals now that may be implemented as business and visitorship returns to El Pueblo. All our critical markets are down, including school field trips, La Placita churchgoers, tour buses, and the spending capacity by LA locals is greatly diminished.
Great.
We need time to get back on our feet.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name for the record.
Behind us. In line with the motion adopted by the El Pueblo Commission.
Okay, that screeching is not on topic, so the speaker's time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name for the record.
Go ahead. Speaker?
Please state your name for the record.
Go ahead, speaker. All right. We can go to the next speaker then.
Please state your name for the record.
Adriana.
Good afternoon. It sounds like you may need to turn your device down. Go right ahead.
Hello.
Yes.
This is
Hi.
Kathy Peters.
Go right ahead.
Hi. I'm a half-time worker with the city of LA. I work in recreation and parks. I'm also one of your advocates for our part-time workforce with the labor team. We have hundreds, perhaps thousands of half-time workers that could work in those positions if they could just work more hours. We have a cap for seasonal employees that goes to 1,040. However, for our half-time employees that could work more than half but less than full-time, they're ready to work, and we have a workforce that's been working. I myself have been a city employee for 30 years. Most of our people, especially in recreation and parks, are community-based. Those are our vulnerable people, the people that were working in our communities and are now being put to the side. So the request is to lift the cap for the 1,040 for the half-time workers, and it wouldn't be of any extra cost to the city because they're already benefited. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Please state your name for the record.
Adriana Dela Cruz.
Good afternoon. Go right ahead.
Well, my concern is that there was a decision not to roll over fundings, the funds from the fiscal year for 2019 for the neighborhood council system. I'm disappointed that that's something that you felt that was necessary.
I disagree because I think those projects that we promised the people of our neighborhoods will no longer be able to be accomplished. And I believe strongly that the good feelings and goodwill would go a long way if we kept our promises to the people who voted us into office. And also be able to fund the Neighborhood Congress, which is no longer going to be a live event, but a virtual event. So these things that we had planned to do, despite COVID, should still occur. And I hope that you would reconsider that. It might be too late, but if there's something that we can do to make this happen, I would appreciate that.
Great. Thank you very much. Just for the state of the record, the action that the council took was to ensure that any neighborhood council funds that are encumbered before June 30th would be rolled over. So it only needs to be encumbered by then. And with that, do we have any additional speakers? All right, there are no more speakers on the line, so thank you all very much for your participation. And with that, we will take a 20-minute break, so the committee will be in recess until 1:15. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. I see that we do have all members back here on the line, and we're going to go next to our next item, which is a report from our CAO relative to COVID-19 emergency response expenditures, which members I think you should have before you in writing as well. Oh, and by the way, just to clarify, I misspoke a little earlier when I made reference to department heads being on the line to discuss the furlough reports. In fact, we have the department representatives at the CAO's office. So it's only going to be the CAO representatives who are going to be responding to our questions about furloughs rather than departmental representatives. So with that, Mr. Llewellyn, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members. I want to just briefly revisit our sort of COVID-19 spending plan and sort of knowledge about potential funding sources. You have before you a slide from our earlier presentation today. It's page 5. To date, as we mentioned, as of April 11th, approximately 1 month in, departments have reported $44 million in spending. We think projecting that as a straight line is difficult and probably incorrect going forward, but as a straight line, that ends up being $133 million this year. The city is doing a small business loan program, which your council created. Your council has indicated you want to do a rental assistance program that has not been fully fleshed out yet. For our homeless population, the city has increased hygiene services, both hand washing and access to restrooms for street populations. They have also, as you know, created 24 so far shelters in rec and parks facilities. And we are a goal of 8,000 rooms, hotel rooms, for city's homeless population, 15,000 countywide. The city signed its first large hotel downtown just this weekend, the Grand Hotel, which is very exciting for the city's homeless team because we have such a downtown need. In health services, the city has now expanded to 8 testing sites and is doing more tests every day. In addition, as you know, we set up the convention center as a medical facility surge facility. Happily, as we've discussed to date, it hasn't been used. For protective gear, there have been sort of three aspects. First and foremost, protective gear for your city workforce. Our budget is higher than it's ever been for that. There is a logistics fund that the director of the port is helping to run to organize the bulk purchase of protective gear for the private sector to be reimbursed. And then finally, we have been distributing direct protective gear to our homeless residents. In addition, as you know, there's been a large senior meal service program. Our current clients are getting their food delivered to them, which is the more expensive way to run the operation. And the program has expanded the senior members who are eligible for food assistance. In addition, now in 8 facilities at Rec and Parks, the city is running childcare facilities, essentially initially for first responders, both public health and public safety, but also potentially transitioning over time that it would be available to other city workers as we move towards transitioning back to work. Going forward, we believe that the protective gear will certainly stay relatively expensive, but the city has a handle on that. It's providing shelter for our homeless residents and testing, plus community support, rental assistance, and the small business assistance program, whatever that ends up looking like, are sort of our big expenditures going ahead. The next slide, slide 6, just as a reminder of where we've come so far, the city to date has fronted this money, roughly $125 million from the Building and Safety Reserve Fund. As we've talked about, that is a loan and will have to be repaid with interest. The same way if the controller borrows money from a special fund for cash flow, they repay with interest. Our goal is to repay the same fiscal year. Certainly we should pay that back next fiscal year, if not this year. In addition, the city has loaned $30 million from the reserve fund, $20 million to the general pot, and $10 million to the Small Business Assistance Loan Program being run by EWDD. Finally, there is an uncounted number here. Departments did front fund initially without getting reimbursed. It's hard to make sure we don't double count that in which we are certainly making sure with our FEMA applications. But there is then a little bit additional money that is not yet reflected on this. And looking at additional assistance, we have already received a special HAP grant, Homeless Assistance Grant from the state, of $19.3 million. That has already gone out the door to GSD and to LASA to support the Project Room Key program. In and out. We are expecting an Emergency Solutions Grant, which largely funds homeless housing, CDBG grant, and a Housing for Purposes with AIDS grant. They haven't come, but they're expected soon. They are a formula, so those numbers are accurate for our first allocation. And then we have received the large pot, the Coronavirus Relief Fund, or CRF, which is almost $700 million. We are in the process of applying to FEMA as well. One thing the federal government has certainly said is you can't get both. You can't get FEMA and another pot for the same service. You have to pick a lane, but you can apply to one or the other. So we are working with the mayor, and we'll be working with your council and the CLA to try to maximize our recovery of these funds. If it's eligible in one pot and not another, we'll try to figure out the best possible way to maximize the city's recovery. All of these funds are 100%, but for FEMA, which is only 75%. As we discussed earlier, in a traditional crisis, the state helps us pay our 25%. They have specifically said they're not certain they're going to do that this time because of the availability of other funds and their own budget issues. We are urging them to do so, but we have not heard. They haven't said no, but they also haven't said yes. Shifting ahead, if you would, Matt, to slide 16. Just again, a reminder, our budget, we are currently looking at a reopening starting in May, which seems to be on track, a small reopening. The budget does not include a second spike or a third spike of COVID, a full closure. And the speed and pace of reopening not only affects certainly our general receipts, our tax receipts, it's also going to affect our COVID expenditures. How long we're going to have, for example, we're going to house our homeless COVID residents, we don't know yet. The federal government certainly hasn't put a timetable on that. We are hopeful that federal and state resources will largely cover COVID expenditures. Again, they are not revenue relief, they're only expenditure relief. And as to timing, part of the FEMA program is you front fund, and they pay you back. So there is a cash flow issue with those, even the money we get back, which is an important issue. And then if you switch ahead, Matt, to slide 20, there is one, I'll say two kind of potential upsides. As we discussed earlier, and particularly with you, Mr. Blumenfield, there is some possibility to use existing relief funds we have received to cover what I'll call traditional city costs. We're not certain how far we can go in that, but city staff that are dedicated to COVID. It doesn't all have to go out the door. And secondly, the ideal form of relief would be a revenue relief bill, which is still being discussed in Washington, but obviously it hasn't happened yet. Your body knows Washington better than I. I do not believe you can count on that until that has actually happened. So that's my sort of brief overview. I'm happy to discuss any question or respond to any questions. And we also did a detailed report which you received, which is attached to the agenda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Llewellyn. Before I go to members, I just have one kind of overarching question and broad comment on on the reimbursement of a lot of these COVID-related expenses, and that is this. The mayor of Los Angeles is probably the most high-profile elected official in Southern California. City Hall is one of the most iconic buildings in Southern California, and like it or not, council members seem to be well known more than other elected officials. And as a consequence of those things, and for other reasons that I can't fully explain or understand, city government has become seen as the provider of first resort of all sorts of services that really have never been a part of city government's mandate or jurisdiction even. And an example of this is some of the public health response to COVID-19. The city is not and has not been and should not be in the business of public health. That isn't what we do. That is a county function to do public health. And yet, because of the need, we responded quickly, provided things like testing and setting up the convention center as a surge hospital and going to significant expense to provide public health related services that, to be candid, should really be more within the province of other government agencies, whether the county or the state. And that's fine, because when there's an emergency, we need to respond, to save people's lives. But just like when the fire department responds to a fire in someone else's jurisdiction, there is a mutual aid accounting that happens after that to ensure that agencies are made whole for the services that they provide. So I wonder if there's any equivalent to that that we've even begun discussing in order to recover some of the costs that we have already borne and probably will bear for services that are outside of the function of city government in response to this emergency.
Councilmember, a couple of things. One, I think your point is well taken. Secondly, certainly I know that the city has been very active in attempting to encourage our local public health partner, the county, to do this stuff, and felt it was filling a urgent need that wasn't being captured. I do believe, to the extent that the federal reimbursement does not come through, we certainly should be looking at that.
Yeah, I'm very concerned about mission creep for this city. When we have basic city functions that we need still to be able to provide, we can't take on the responsibility of other government entities that come at great expense, whether it's, well, I'm not going to get into a long list, but I think certainly the members of this committee have heard me make this comment before about a variety of programs that we might all like to have in place, but they're just not the appropriately located in city government. They're more appropriately done by counties, by state government, by our federal partners, and so on. This is one of those glaring examples of that, and I think it's very essential that, to the extent that these expenses are not fully reimbursed by the federal government, we need to pursue reimbursement from that branch, whichever branch of government should appropriately have taken on that responsibility. So I'm going to go to members for questions now. I don't see virtual hands up, but if you, Mr. Price, anything for Mr. Llewellyn?
Mr. Chairman, not this time. I do have some furlough questions. I'll hold them until our next section.
Okay, very good. Mr. Kretz? Mr. Kretz, you're muted, but I'm going to take that as, there's go a couple hands. Okay, Mr. Blumenfield, followed by Mr. Bonin, please.
Great, no, thanks. We covered most of this in the first presentation. I just wanted to reemphasize when we're talking about the revenue sources, when we're looking at this homeless crisis, that in as much as we can use this revenue to create longer term solutions, we will be so much better off. And so I really want us to focus on that. It would just kill us if, in 6 months from now or a year from now, we see that we spent all this money and we could have spent it on something that would have had a lasting effect, but instead we kind of burned it out during the COVID response. And it's more of a comment than a question. It's just a concern. And Mr. Chair, I share your concern about mission creep, and not only, and as I stated at the beginning of this whole thing, we have to really start looking at what our core functions are and what we want to do and what we want to do well. Because not only are we taking on missions, I already know there's other entities that are looking at us to reimburse them for non-traditional things that are good. But the question is whether or not we can take those burdens on. So it's going to be a challenge moving forward. It's just a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. Mr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Rich, for the presentation. It's sort of an interesting situation we're in now, because we need to make a determination about what we feel are COVID-related expenses, and then is it the case that the federal government may come back later and say, nah, you made the wrong judgment call on that, we're not reimbursing you?
The short answer, sir, is yes. But they have indicated that whereas FEMA is a very kind of rule-bound program with which we are familiar, and in some ways we're familiar with emergency solutions and CDBG as well. We kind of know the drill. It's not that we don't make mistakes and occasionally get audited, no money, but in a way, those are drills we know. The large pot of money is more flexible, which is the good and the bad thing. We don't actually have a drill. Their rules so far are very general. They have indicated, they've said just directly, repeatedly, we intend it to be flexible. We don't intend to be kind of sort of auditing you in the same way we do with other programming. But there is still a risk at some point that something is disallowed. Yes, sir.
The reason I'm asking is my sense is that things that are deemed COVID-related now in this moment that get extended for a long period of time will continue to be deemed COVID-related expenses. And my feeling is we're going to be doing things differently for a very long time. I mean, you mentioned earlier that because you can't get together with huge crowds, it won't be summer night lights. I imagine we are not in anywhere in the foreseeable future returning to the congregate senior meals at rec centers that we had before. And that the meal delivery thing is probably something that's going to continue in the long run. So we want to be able to establish a way to justify the continued use of that as COVID related, I imagine, yes?
Yes, sir. I do believe you do, of course. Part of that is when and or if the federal government actually says, I'm no longer going to fund that service. That's no longer, we're going to only give you beds for homeless residents for X days. Technically what they're doing, for example, with homeless beds is 30 days at a time, but they've said informally at least 90. They haven't said informally 2 years. And at some point they may say, whatever reason you want to do locally about being more protective, we're going to draw the line and say we're no longer going to mandate you keep seniors away. So then we're going to kind of run into a local versus the feds rub, I think. It hasn't happened yet.
Yeah. I mean, because for all intents and purposes, our COVID-related expenses are going to continue at least until the time at which they allow big stadium events. And that's a ways away and may need to continue beyond that. And I think it's going to cause us to have to rethink the functions of a lot of things that we're not even arguing about are essential. I mean, I think we agree our Department of Aging is an essential service, but if we can't return to sort of the old senior center model for lunches, not only are we going to have to continue delivering meals, but we're going to have to think about providing a different type of emotional support because the support that people get from being together doesn't exist. And that may mean more investments in tech for the Department of Aging and for our seniors. It just seems like there's a sort of a cascade of expenses coming. Likewise for homelessness, if there is no vaccine and if the antibodies prove to be not something which protects you for life like chickenpox, but more like a seasonal flu where a different strain can hit you the next year or two later, we're going to have to be housing people who are unhoused at a much faster clip than we had before this. So I'm hoping that the revenue we get will continue to stay flexible because I just think we're going to be living in a whole new reality for a long time, as is LAUSD and any other big government institution. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bonin. Mr. Kretz, anything at this time? All right. Anything else, members, for Mr. Llewellyn? Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Llewellyn. Members, we're going to go next to an extended comment period regarding our agenda today from our labor partners, who will be represented by Bob Schoonover, who's going to speak for about 10 minutes or so, and Mr. Schoonover will be followed by a representative of the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates, Barbara Ringett, who will similarly speak for approximately 10 minutes. So, Mr. Schoonover, are you on the line?
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for this opportunity. I'm Bob Schoonover here on behalf of the City Coalition of Unions. I want to start off by saying I couldn't agree more about mission creep. I know we're in the time of a disaster, but we have to be very mindful here of what we're doing. Through no fault of our own, okay, we're in this big financial disaster as well as a pandemic. And we have to try to find a way to fill this hole. And we don't want to do any unnecessary spending, okay? Projects can be delayed or whatever, that's what should happen, and we should try to keep to our real core missions. Now, I wanted to speak a little bit about furloughs and about the history of furloughs in the city. I would say we've had a real mixed result on furloughs in LA City from approximately 10 years ago. And in one case, a lengthy litigation that the city lost said the city couldn't impose furloughs. I'm going to give you a few brief examples of some of the real failures of the last furlough program. And there are actually many more examples, but I don't want to spend the whole time talking about this. Operating engineers were furloughed last time, but the state has staffing requirements on that. And the city had to bring in building operating engineers on overtime, resulting in higher costs to the city. When the city has everyone telecommuting at the moment as much as possible, and I would imagine even when we come back from this stay at home, we'll still need extensive ITA support. So it doesn't make a lot of sense for those to be furloughed. And if 311 doesn't have ITA support, then wait times will increase. There are some real examples that really created pain in the workplace. You know, when we actually left the room over the furlough agreement as the coalition of unions last time, we were under the assumption that all the departments were going to do them. Well, that turned out not to be the case, which caused some real problems, especially when people were working at the same site. I'll give you one example. I'm sure you're all familiar with the trucks that do such a great job of picking up the trash in our city every week. Well, those drivers work for the Department of Sanitation, which chose not to furlough their employees, and the city was unable to enforce that. However, the mechanics that maintain those trucks work for General Services, and they were furloughed. People remember that to this day, and it put a really bad taste in their mouth. And it also tends to have, as you can imagine, a real impact on the availability of the trucks that need to be out on the street every day. Another example is the Bureau of Street Lighting. It's completely funded by city-wide lighting assessment fee. By law, none of that assessment fee may be used for any other purpose. So what's the point in furloughing them? There's been some conversation about traffic officers. I understand the equity question, but really, we want to fill this hole up. So why would you furlough revenue producers? Now, there are some alternatives. I'm just going to deal with one of them today. And that is, some of you may be aware, there's a cash incentive for those already eligible to retire as of January 31st, 2021, using the LAWA SIP. And SIP stands for, let me see. I'll get to that in a minute. But I want to emphasize that this is not the ERIP program. ERIP program gave people years that were not eligible to retire and created ongoing costs to the cities and employees. The program being offered at LAWA right now is a lump sum cash payment plan who are eligible for normal retirement and who elect to voluntarily retire from the city of LA. How it works is this. The cash incentive plan is 2% of annual pensionable earnings times the eligible employee years of service plus $7,500 with a limit of $80,000. In all, 662 of the eligible employees accepted. If all 662 employees accepted this offer, the total cost of the incentive to LAWA would be $30 million. The savings occurring to LAWA in the first year after these employees retired would be $105 million, leaving a net first year savings of $75 million to LAWA, with an ongoing savings of $109 million. Now, we could do a similar thing, and the name of that program, by the way, is a separation incentive program. If we move that program over to the other side of the city that doesn't work at the airport, there are approximately 4,740 employees in departments other than LAWA who would be retirement eligible if only 2,000 of those employees volunteered to retire under the terms of the SIP. The city would create substantial savings. Using the numbers provided by LAWA and from Lacers, the CAO, the savings to the city from this program would be $316 million in the first year, with a cost of $90 million for a net savings after the first year. They would still save $226 million. Future years at $329 million. Now, this is an estimate, but it's fairly close since we do not know the exact age, salaries, and who might choose to take this program. But the dollar figures are real. And this is something that also puts you as elected officials totally in control of the situation. You know, there may be a few people that retire whose positions are critical. They have to be brought back for a short time. Perhaps you fill that, okay? There are other positions that you wait and see according to the economy when you might want to fill them. It gives you a tremendous amount of flexibility, and it saves you more money than I believe the furloughs are going to save you. It is something, though, that in order to enjoy this savings, we're going to have to get to work on right away. Because if we agree that this is a really good idea, we don't save any money until people start retiring. So this idea really has to be taken seriously. Furloughs leaves a bad taste in everybody's mouth. It affects the workplace. And as I said, in the place where people at the same work site are treated differently, it leaves a lasting impression that goes on for years. And it has an effect upon the workforce. We're in a time of disaster. We need to do everything we can to incentivize our great city staff to maintain the high level that they've been performing at in this disaster so that we all wind up in a better place. Now, we have a long history, the coalition, of working with the city. We intend to be part of the solution to this problem. We look forward to that. I want to thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time that you gave me today. And I really hope we, with the CAO's office and City Council and the EERC and everybody else, we have a lot of these conversations really soon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Mr. Schoonover. And for folks who gave public comment earlier who may be wondering why we have that extended opportunity for comment from Mr. Schoonover, it's been the tradition of this committee since I've been chair, to have labor at the table during our budget hearings as full participants, because our workforce is, of course, going to be an essential part of any budgetary solution that we develop during these difficult times, and also, of course, the providers of the essential services that the city relies upon and that our constituents rely upon. And in order to ensure the greatest degree of delivery of those services during these difficult times, labor is going to need to be at the table. And so, Mr. Schoonover, I very much appreciate your being here with us today. It's also been this committee's tradition every year to hear a full presentation from our neighborhood council budget advocates. The neighborhood councils throughout the city have budget advocates who spend months and months of in-depth analysis of departmental budgets and overall trends in our budget, and they have provided many recommendations to us over the years, many of which have been implemented. We won't have time for that kind of a full presentation in this more abbreviated hearing, but we do want to also offer Barbara Ringette, representing the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates, an opportunity to provide about 10 minutes of comment today as well. So, welcome. Are you on the line, Ms. Ringette?
Yes. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Do you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Oh, great. Good afternoon. I am speaking for the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates. I am Vice Chair for Development. Thank you for your description of Budget Advocates' work just now, and thank you for presenting what the current picture is for this crisis. Thank you for the opportunity of letting us speak today. I have a few separate themes to bring to your attention. First, a bit of good news. During this challenging time, the neighborhood councils are stepping up in important ways. Individual neighborhood councils have been working in their communities to bring valuable services to those in need. For instance, the Silver Lake Neighborhood Council partnered with Councilmember Rue, calling upon seniors and delivering healthy meals to individuals who are homebound. What I see is that in this emergency, our neighborhood councils are rising to the challenge. Second, things are in flux, and we understand that no one can accurately predict where we will be in the next budget year. Whether the time at which you look at individual departments' budget is today, now, or down the road, budget advocates recommend prioritizing cost-effective programs that, if not addressed in this coming budget, those programs will ultimately be more expensive. I have 5 examples. 1, in the animal services budget, the city should fund spay-neuter services to eliminate unwanted pet births. The cost is less than surgeries for generations of their offspring. 2, we should move forward with the several programs to address escalating climate concerns, including the wildlife pilot study to protect habitat connectivity for wildlife and funding to maintain mature trees, all as recommended by the Neighborhood Council Sustainability Alliance. The cost of delay would be seen in more extreme weather, wildfires, loss of wildlife, and unhealthy air. 3, it's essential to address potential liabilities. The cost of street and sidewalk maintenance to prevent injuries, loss of life, and property damage is potentially less than outsized settlements, while at the same time addressing these would enhance Angelino's safety and quality of life. 4, important to maintain positions in the personnel department in order to move forward quickly with returning city staff to work and to accommodate long-term recovery efforts. After the last major downturn, it took the city much longer to recover because there were insufficient numbers of personnel staff to meet the hiring needs of the departments. 5, cybersecurity and information technology enhancements. Same as with the personnel department, IT expenditures were minimized for years, which made recovery from the last recession more difficult. Prioritizing cybersecurity could prove all important to city functioning. Budget advocates are hopeful of expanding our role with our city government partners. We will be hosting virtual regional budget days the weekend of June 27 and 28 to discuss concerns our neighborhoods have about city services and to recommend priorities for these city services. These next remarks are from Jack Humphreyville, who is co-chair of the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates. Prior to the virus, the city, despite record revenues, was projecting an annual deficit for the current fiscal year. The structural deficit was expected to exceed $1.4 billion over the next 4 years as a result of the new labor agreements. The impact of the virus on the city's budget only compounds the problem of balancing the budget. The budget advocates developed 10 recommendations in the last white paper. By the way, the title of that white paper is What's Next? We now know what's next. It isn't anything anyone anticipated. And it's going to be a very large challenge for everyone. The budget advocates developed these 10 recommendations primarily to increase transparency into the city's budget process that will, if implemented, begin the process of restoring Angelino's trust and confidence in City Hall and city government. The key recommendations include establishment of an Office of Transparency and Accountability to oversee the city's budget and finances on a real-time basis, that all labor negotiations be open and transparent and not result in budget deficits now and in the future. The creation of a pension commission to review and analyze the city's 2 pension plans and develop recommendations to eliminate the $15 billion unfunded liability. According to the city's projections, the city's contribution to the pension fund will consume about 25% of the general fund, up from the current level of 20%. A couple more recommendations. To develop a 10-year infrastructure plan that will begin to eliminate the $10 billion deferred maintenance budget. And then the 4-year general fund budget outlook should include placeholders for future raises for city employees. Other recommendations include the mayor submitting his proposed budget on February 1st, benchmarking the efficiency of the city's department and operations, developing a strong reserve fund, and developing solutions to eliminate the structural deficit. To earn the vote of Angelinos on future tax increases, including the split roll, the city will need to earn the trust and confidence of Angelinos. Implementing these recommendations will begin that process. Those are remarks from Jack. I wish to reiterate that, I'm not sure I actually said it earlier, that neighborhood councils and budget advocates in particular are there to partner with you and to meet the needs of the city residents and stakeholders. Thank you for your consideration of our concerns.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Ms. Ringette. Thank you for your service and for the service of all the neighborhood council budget advocates and neighborhood council board members who serve the city and every community. We appreciate your being with us. Members, our next item is a presentation of a report by Finance. While we get that set up and prepare for that, we're going to take a brief 5-minute recess, and we will resume in just a few moments. And I see that all members are again present, so I'd like to go now to the Director of the Office of Finance, Claire Bartels, who's going to give us an update on revenue and take questions that members may have around that. So, Ms. Bartels, welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me fine?
Perfectly.
Excellent. Well, I must say, honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee, it's very nice to actually see you all again. It has been some time, and even if it's virtually, it is very lovely. We very much appreciate the opportunity to address your body today and to drill down on the economically sensitive revenues, which represent the $2.5 billion in taxes that finance administers and collects annually. I say we because I'm joined today virtually by some of the incredible members of Team Finance, both Assistant Directors, Carl Sampson and Nicole Burnson, along with my Chief Investment Officer, Tom Juarez, and as well as Philip Marr, Saul Romo, and Avo Davidian from my investment, treasury, and budget teams, respectively. Now, as outlined in my May 7th report to your committee, of the $2.5 billion we're responsible for collecting, the majority of revenue is related to the following taxes: the Los Angeles City business tax, the sales and use taxes, transient occupancy tax, the parking occupancy tax, real property transfer taxes, and utility users' taxes on electricity, natural gas, and communications. Now, the revenue outlook in the proposed budget shows fiscal year 1920 revenues of $2.446 billion from these sources. And we in finance are estimating our year-end revenue to be approximately $2.416 billion. The $30 million shortfall this year is largely attributable to lower electricity user tax receipts and the predicted reductions in sales tax transfers from the state for the remaining 2 months now of this fiscal year. Now, while the COVID-19 pandemic has caused the closure of all but one of finance's public counters, and social distancing measures related to the Safer at Home emergency declaration have precluded our field enforcement activities in the traditional sense, I am proud to say that finance has innovated the way we are recovering our tax revenue. Our call center has gone completely virtual. We've expanded our online services to the public, and we have restructured our work approaches across our field enforcement, audit, and billings units to be both effective and sensitive to the current situation. Now, the business tax target identified in the revenue outlook for the current year was $627.9 million. This included $73.2 million in cannabis-related collections. We are currently projecting a year-end total of $654 million, inclusive of cannabis. Cannabis-related business taxes alone were at $65.5 million as of May the 1st. The closure of City Hall since March 17th has prevented the ability for finance to receive any cash payments in excess of $1,000. However, once the department is able to resume cash acceptance, it is anticipated that we will recover an additional $12 million of that cash-based payment. However, we have seen a very sharp decline in the past 2 months for taxes that are due monthly, and these are areas of significant concern for revenues as we enter the coming year. Sales and use taxes are down by 10% and 17% respectively for March and April over the previous year. With 2 additional payments from the state due by fiscal year end, we are anticipating a 34% reduction from the previous year and an overall reduction of $32.5 million from the revenue outlook target. We do expect to exceed the transient occupancy tax receipt target by approximately $7.3 million for a total of $280 million this year, $51.4 million of which is attributable to short-term rentals. It is worth noting, however, that February and March receipts are down by 11% and 77% respectively. And for short-term rentals included in this calculation, they were down by 24% and 118%. Yes, that means they were reporting negative receipts last month for the first time. Now, parking occupancy tax receipts have also declined over the same past 2 months, and theirs is by 12% and 78% respectively. However, we do anticipate meeting the $102 million target again for this fiscal year. Real property transfer taxes, which are forwarded to us from the county, they have slowed, but they are still up over the same months in the previous year. Again, this is to date, not looking forward. We do expect to collect $210.8 million of the $215.8 million target. Utility users tax to electricity, natural gas, and communications. Our target there is $641 million for the current year, and we're projecting a reduction of $26 million, which is mostly attributable to the very recently revised estimates for total electric user receipts that we received from the Department of Water and Power. That's this fiscal year. Predicting with certainty the revenues for fiscal year 2021 is all but impossible without knowledge of exactly when the impact of COVID-19 will subside, along with its related economic impacts. While unable to predict a specific forecast of tax revenues or what they will be for the upcoming year, Finance did develop a simplified model to illustrate what the resulting tax revenue receipts would be if certain impacts were applied to normal levels of tax revenue. The three models are briefly as follows. First one assumes steady progress in business recovery from COVID-19 impacts, with moderate impacts to retail and service activities throughout the fall, and more significant travel and entertainment industry impacts through the end of this calendar year. And economic activity only slightly below normal levels 1 year from now. The resulting receipts would take us to, we estimate, $200 million lower than the receipts forecasted in the current revenue outlook. Our second scenario is definitely more optimistic, with COVID-related impacts dissipating rapidly in the coming months, and economic activity other than travel and entertainment largely returning to normal levels by December, with activity a year from now being slightly above normal levels. The resulting receipts in that case would be, with the same model, would be $45 million lower than those forecasted in the current revenue outlook. The third and final scenario that we ran, just to give you an order of magnitude, is a far more pessimistic scenario whereby current COVID-19 related impacts linger in the coming months, with slower improvements toward the end of this year. Economic activity would remain noticeably lower than prior levels at calendar year end, and a year from now, resulting in a receipts impact of $400 million lower than forecasted in the current outlook. Hate to end on a low note, but I must. And with that, I remain available to take your questions related to our report or anything else that you would like to ask.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bartels. And, I think the last point that you just made is not necessarily just a low note. It's also an exclamation point on what we've been hearing pretty much throughout the day, which is how much uncertainty there still is about even the near-term ability to make projections that we can rely upon. Just three scenarios that you described, having a over $350 million swing between best and worst case scenarios, it makes it exceedingly difficult for us to make absolute decisions at this point with any ability of reliability, which again reinforces the direction that we're going in, which is to look at this budget process as fully a year-long process and not something to be done between now and the end of the fiscal year. So with that, I'll go ahead and go to member questions. We'll start with Mr. Bonin, followed by Mr. Kratz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not so much a question as just an observation. I mean, thanks, Claire, for running those very sobering models. I mean, I think it bears underscoring that even the most optimistic scenario leaves us with significant cuts from where we are now, more than what we're looking at, which to me goes to the point I made this morning about how we really need to be preparing for a deeper and more dire scenario. I personally, of the three models, I hate to be Eeyore, but I think that the pessimistic one is probably the most likely. I think we're gonna wind up retrenching a bit on some of the relaxations, and people are gonna be very hesitant. And there's a chance that the public health scare reignites. And I think that a lot of the people who've been laid off, I don't think that they're going to be hired back. And then they will have less disposable income. And that will then therefore impact, the sales tax. I think we're in for a long haul here. And I appreciate you giving us sort of the pessimistic scenario to keep in mind, because I think we're going to have to keep it in the front of our minds as we have a lot of unhappy meetings over the next several months. Thanks, Claire.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bonin. Well said. Mr. Kretz.
Yes, I have a few questions. One is, have we taken into account the announcement that we made about not requiring people to pay their DWP bills until the end of the year? And are there ways for us to tighten that so that right now I'm hearing about a lot of folks intending to not pay their bill even though they're perfectly capable of paying it. So have we looked at tightening that up so that more payments are actually made? And while those payments are being made, all the other items that we collect presumably would come with that.
Sir, we did not actually take that into account in our model. We focused primarily on the impact to travel and entertainment, and also the retail and service activity reduction, but not specifically Department of Water and Power customers not paying. We did get our receipts. We are in close contact with Water and Power, who are simply providing their estimates to us, and we incorporated that.
Do we know what those estimates are?
I believe Mr. Sampson might be able to dig that up for you momentarily.
Yes. Basically, they had provided us the revised estimates that you see before you. I believe that was that was the $414 million at the end of the year estimate. That was the revised estimate provided by Water and Power.
I think what I'm asking for is the next budget year, because that's where the severe impact will be.
Right, yeah. It wasn't taken into account in the model, and that is, we used, other than the changes in the areas that I indicated, with what experts have opined is happening to the larger economy and with respect to travel and entertainment and retail, we utilized the existing traditional revenue streams were overlaid in that model.
That's correct. We essentially took what our normal revenue pattern was for the past year and applied those effects. And then for the utility industry, we had applied, some months of moderate downturns of 5%, and then that eventually terming out towards the end. So we did apply, but it was very minimal in terms of what was on the utility side.
I assume we'd want to report back on what we anticipate the shortfall will be based on our own somewhat self-inflicted wound, and also how we can look at tightening that up so it's not as widespread as one might be concerned about. What do we attribute the drops in the utility users tax on the communication side for, or to, I should say?
The drops that we have on the communications user tax are not really related to COVID-19, but the continual drops that we have been experiencing each year, as it more relates to less use of landlines and more people moving to cellular, and then just the different ways that the different phone entities are packaging their, the cost. There's less charges that are related to text messaging and whatnot as they go into unlimited plans. And so we're seeing, that year in and year out gradual reduction. And if you look at the graph on the communication users tax each year, you'll see, basically there's that steady decline that we've been seeing for the past 3 or 4 years due to that.
Okay. And we have a pretty good number for this year on transient occupancy tax, despite the fact that I think it's gone off a cliff in recent times. Am I safe in assuming that's because we had a very good period pre-COVID?
That is correct. Month to month and year over year, we were seeing a substantial increase prior to the COVID. I'm sorry. 1 year ago, we were about $1 million a month less than we were seeing this fiscal year. So month over month, it had increased by $1 million roughly a month until the COVID crisis. It's the practice of the significant host platforms they have decided to reimburse 100% refunds to their hosts or to their guests for bookings that were canceled during the crisis. And as a result, they have received credits, if you will, on their voluntary collection agreements for the large amount of refunds that they have given. So they went into the negative for the first time.
Okay. And what do we expect long-term or I should say in the next budgetary year for our sales tax to actually look like? When do we expect it to start to increase? And what has the impact been of some of the areas that I'm sure have increased, like the amount of sales tax we receive for takeout and delivery orders?
Carl, if you could speak to the latter first, perhaps.
Yeah, and that's a really good question. As we have seen some of these impacts on our report, as it relates to the collections that we received in March and April, we noticed that in April, we received a 17% decrease. And that's largely pretty much half a month. A lot of the COVID restrictions came into effect mid-March. And so we actually have yet to see what the impact is for a full month of that type of activity. And that's where we made that assumption of 34%, for each of the next couple of months going into the end of this fiscal year. But again, that really goes back to, how the economy in general will be recovering from COVID, where we, how much more to normal we're getting with more openings and more returning to normal in that business activity. That's what's going to tell us what that amount will be.
Right. And when do we start getting better cash collections? Is it advantageous for us to try and figure that out and pull in those collections before the end of this fiscal year, or does it matter? And if so, in desperation, could we send around a collection truck to cannabis entities and collect the cash from them that way?
We are eager as well to resume cash collection, as I believe the industry is as well, or we are eager to gather the remittance from those that can only pay in cash in whatever means that they are able to pay. But that's a very good suggestion and one of several that we are exploring again earnestly right now. Other cities are utilizing the services of a vendor, and we are in conversation with the vendor and the municipality and our legal counsel as to how to partner with this entity. And we are simultaneously preparing for the possibility of when City Hall reopens that we can safely continue social distancing and take cash safely back in City Hall. So yes, we wish it to be this fiscal year and intend to find a solution this fiscal year to beginning that.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kretz. We'll go next to Mr. Blumenfield. You're muted, Mr. Bloomfield.
Yeah, no,
There we go.
My
We
mute
got
button
you.
was covered by something, but now I think you can hear me now.
Gotcha.
So thank you very much for the presentation. Bartels, this is a dire situation, but everybody is pitching in, so thank you. I want to just start by following up on the cash question. When you talked about vendors helping with that, are you talking about vendors who can provide electronic payments of some sort, or are you talking about folks who physically pick up the cash?
In this case, it's the latter that can obtain and courier the cash to us.
Yeah. And as you know, I've been pushing on alternative, within the confines of our federal predicament on accepting cash, that there are alternatives out there, and the more we can incentivize that, maybe this is the time to do it, to incentivize other types of payment, perhaps even with a discount, if people use the electronic payments that are available. We might be able to get more money in, and I hope you will, or I'll ask you, have you been looking at those alternatives as well?
Indeed, we are open ears for all. What we do in every case is explore. We have a lot of regulatory restrictions on us as a government, and so we are vetting every solution that comes our way and are actively seeking, primarily from other municipalities and counties that handle cannabis in the state of California, as if they're successful, so should we be able to be successful?
I've been pushing on this for a while, and now is certainly a time to move toward that. When we do accept the cash, do we now have to put in more protocols, like let the cash sit for a certain period of time because of the COVID virus? Is that adding to the complication of this in terms of worried about and I know that folks receiving are already wearing gloves and masks even before the pandemic, but how has the virus impacted the ability to take cash?
Well, currently we are taking very small amounts of cash for any kind of business at our Van Nuys counter, which is our only the Valley counter is open to the public at all. And so yes, we are wearing PPE at the public counters. When it comes to the larger cash payments, we are planning for every sort of protection that we think is reasonable to afford both the public and of course our finance employees that are accepting the cash. So this is PPE. We're exploring. We're not just exploring. We're designing like plexiglass barriers, like you see in so many businesses that immediately cropped up in response to the threat of the pandemic. So social distancing would have to be adhered to, and all precautions taken by our staff and security as well.
Right, and I imagine there's a certain. I don't think it lasts more than a day on paper at the most in terms of the virus. How you stage that so that you're sure that by the time someone does touch the cash that it's been sitting long enough. But I'm not going to get into those details here. I think you may have answered. I was confused by your negative receipts comment of 118% in terms of short-term rentals. And if I understood you correctly, it was because not only were you down to zero receipts, but people were actually getting credits so that we were having to pay money back.
Right. Well, we are actually not paying them back. They are not seeking a refund per se, but the credit is on the books. The way it works with the big host platforms is they take money at the time of booking, and then we are remitted monthly whatever the tax on whatever they've taken in. So it's a constant. If there's normal cancellations, as there have been periodically, I'm sure regularly since the time of we first entered into these agreements, we hardly notice it. Now, the host platforms went into the negative themselves because they had all cancellations and they collected up front for the future bookings. So yes, they need to, we're keeping the credit on the books, and we have the ability in the future to audit the credits and the payments in the future.
But essentially, we're getting not just zero revenue from that, we're getting less than zero.
We're getting 0 because we don't go less than 0, and this we're not going less than 0, but in future, when bookings resume or when they take in any money this month or next or in the future, they will be able to deduct out the amount of the credit. So this is routine, but it's only in this highly unprecedented and drastic scenario that we're seeing them refund to the point of, they have no bookings essentially, or no bookings to compensate any tax payments.
All right. Well, and are there any savings in all of this in the sense of going virtual and call centers virtual and, even though their savings are clearly not enough to make up for the losses, but are there areas of the operation that you're seeing where we're actually doing things cheaper?
Well, certainly more efficiently. And if there's any silver lining in any of this, which I hesitate to, look, there's nothing good about this pandemic, but I am extremely proud of the way the employees of finance have embraced the need to carry on despite the conditions and despite the uncertainties that surround them, and to find new ways to do their jobs and to do so safely. So we enabled 100% of our workforce to be telecommute capable. On any given day, we have an average of 70% of the office working from their home location. And to do that meant going paperless in many of our divisions that were very paper bound before. So I consider that a positive. We are also giving more personal attention to some of our taxpayers by virtue of the fact that our enforcement units can't be out visiting businesses in person. We are following up on those businesses that did not comply in the tax renewal season by giving them a personal call and working with them and through them so that they don't need to call our contact center to resolve when they get a notice from us in the mail. So things like that, we're helping kind of providing a concierge service to the taxpayers, and it is going remarkably well. So we want to remain sensitive to our businesses that are challenged during this time. And again, seeing our employees rise to this occasion, working through it and working with all the restrictions is incredibly rewarding as the department head.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. Mr. Price.
Thank you for your work, your leadership, and that of your team. You guys are really been a bright spot. On page 1 of your summary, the attachment summary, you identified the 6 major areas of taxes that come in to our city. I'm just kind of curious, is that pretty common for cities of our size, or are we distinctive, either of the category or the amounts that we normally get for in an area, tax area?
We are the biggest in the state and second in the nation, I believe. So I think it is commensurate with our size.
And I think also those are just the taxes that we are chartered to administrate. For instance, we do receive property tax payments from the state, or the county, we the city, but those aren't administered by finance, but those are much larger than the numbers that you see on the chart here.
Mm-hmm. And so given our mix of these taxes, are there any bright spots, any surprises, or has the slowdown in the economy sort of reflected all the way through?
I think, yes, it has been reflected all the way through. I suppose the only bright spot is that when the closure happened, when the pandemic took us, we are close to the end of the fiscal year. So this year's receipts are fairly intact, but as to the future, we haven't seen a positive upswing in any area. We're hoping to maintain in a few, but no, you can see that.
You mentioned that only in the Valley are you taking actual deposits. Why only in the Valley, or plans to provide any other drop-off locations around the city?
That's a very good question. We wish we could have them all open at present. We used to have an individual at the one-stop center at Figueroa Plaza that accepted payments. Of course, our City Hall office was one of our largest offices that accepted cash as well. Our West Los Angeles office was small, but also helpful and available on the west side. Van Nuys remains open. It is our busiest office, so we are fortunate to be able to keep that office open. The impact of COVID-19 has been realized on the employees of the Customer Support Center division, which are who staff those public counters for our childcare needs and our vulnerable population. So we simply do not have the customer support specialists available to be in an office location to operate all of the facilities. They are, however, working from home, and that is a true asset, and we are so fortunate that we were able to equip them both systems-wise and be able to stay in touch and contribute completely as if they were in the office, with the exception of the public counter operations. So we hope to reopen, as soon as City Hall is able to reopen, we'll be the rest.
And one final question on cannabis. We know it's been a essential business during this pandemic. In fact, you mentioned you collected about 6.5 million in taxes as of the 1st. Was that on track pretty much, or is it?
Actually, I believe
a little surprise.
We are over our target for cannabis. I believe I said 65 million.
65.5, yes.
Oh, sorry. Cannabis-related business taxes, 65.5 million as of May 1st. Yes, we believe, and that's a good point, sir, that we have built in the assumption to next year's revenues that permitting will continue to open new establishments in the cannabis arena. And we've assumed a 30% growth factor for the cannabis industry in the coming year. So I suppose that's a bright spot.
It's a bright spot and a high spot. But did you factor in? I understand that we plan on licensing now those for manufacturing and transportation and other than cultivation sales purposes. Is that factored into your projections?
Yes, I believe it is. Yes, sir. In fact, a year ago, Councilman Krikorian asked us about noted the fact that we were not yet taxing companies that are outside the city of Los Angeles that deliver goods into the city of Los Angeles in the cannabis industry. So a year ago, we were not. We have since, in coordination with the state of California, reached out to all the cannabis businesses registered by the state outside of the city and have begun to tax those that come into the city as well. So that's a nice update.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else for finance members? Ms. Bartels, sometimes we get into the flow of things, and the significance of comments might get lost. And so I just want to make sure that I fully understand your final point. When you were comparing your modeling scenarios with the revenue outlook, you're talking about the revenue outlook upon which the proposed budget is based. Is that right?
That is correct.
So under the best case scenario that finance is modeling, members, revenues come in $45 million below what's already assumed in the budget. Is that right, Ms. Bartels?
That is correct.
So I think that reinforces both the urgency of making the hard decisions that we have to make, because under the best case scenario, it appears that there are at least $45 million more in cuts or cost reductions that are going to need to be made, even based on what we already have before us, with furloughs in effect, with all the hiring freeze, everything else that's assumed in that budget. We still have to find more cuts to make, even deeper than the ones that are contained in the proposed budget. So that's point number one. And point number two, the wide disparity between these assumptions, these modeling assumptions, also reinforces to us, I think, the urgency of getting Los Angeles back to work and getting our economy up and running again, and emphasizing in every way we can getting people back to making a living again, so that first of all, for the benefit of the people who live in the city, but secondarily also for the benefit of the revenue stream that the services that we provide to the people depend upon. So that's laid out as about as starkly as it can be by Ms. Bartel's report of finances modeling, I think. So thank you very much. Thank you to all of you. With that, feel free to sign off the line. I don't think there's anything further for finance at this meeting, but we appreciate very much your being here and participating and the information you've provided.
Thank you. Be well, everyone.
Thanks very much, and you as well. Okay, members. So next up, we will get into the furlough reports that you've all had a chance to receive and review. I think for simplicity's sake, and again, I want to apologize for my slip of the tongue earlier, we don't have the department representatives on the line. What we do have is the CAO representatives who will speak to those departmental budgets and the furlough plans. So what I'd like to do is just go through and see which of those departments you would like to drill down on at this point, and we'll go ahead and make sure we have the appropriate CAO representative available to respond to your questions. So, Mr. Price, do you have any department?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do a couple. I'd like to call special 1, aging, 4, cannabis, 17, EWDD, 20, HCID, 21, ITA, 26, personnel, 26, RAP, I'm sorry, 28, RAP, 29, lighting, and 30, streets, LA.
Very good. Mr. Kretz?
I think everything that Mr. Price didn't cover.
Very good, thank you.
No, Animal Services, Board of Public Works, City Attorney, City Controller, DOT, Emergency Management, Fire, and just a brief question for LAPD.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Bonin?
I think everything I was going to ask for is called the LAPD, LAFD, which Mr. Koretz called LADOT, which I believe he called HCID, I believe Mr. Price called, and Board of Public Works, which I believe Mr. Koretz called.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield, anything else?
You covered them all.
Terrific.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was Street Services called? I'd like to...
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So I think what we'll do is try to go through these more or less in the numerical order that you have in the index. So why don't we go ahead and start with aging. All right, so we can go ahead and begin questions for aging. They are already on the line, the CAO representative, so if you can start the ball rolling, Mr. Price.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. During this emergency, seniors have been especially hit hard all over the city, especially in areas and communities of need. I, along with me and my colleagues and the mayor, have instituted senior meal delivery programs, which have been, I think, well received and entirely necessary, especially since our senior centers closed down. Question is, how will furloughs impact the department's ability to make sure that these services are delivered? Seniors are making sure the seniors are getting these meals and services that they are entitled to.
submit a letter, they indicated generally that furloughs would make all of their activities difficult. They did not have a specific answer about what exactly happens with senior meals.
Yeah, well, I'm just concerned about that. Mike sort of referenced that several times, that you know, it's important that we see how these services are going to carry out and continue on, not just now, but certainly after, but especially now when it's needed. So I just want to make sure that, again, the furloughs are not going to negatively impact the ability to provide these programs, really supplementing what many of us are already doing. But I'd like the CAO to report back on what the impacts of furloughs will be specifically on the senior meal delivery program as we move forward.
Very good. Thank you. Members, anything else for Agent? Mr. Blumenfield.
Yeah, just sort of, it's for aging, but really all the sort of vulnerable populations that we're dealing with. So I worry about whether it makes sense, some of the furloughs, because the funding streams are not necessarily impacted by the special fund reimbursement overhead costs that otherwise would be covered by the general fund. So I just want to ask for aging and from some of these other departments, how is that going to impact the general fund in terms of the reimbursement of overhead costs?
Sir, would you restate the question again? If we change the furlough plan, is there an indirect general fund implication? Is that the question?
Yeah, that's basically it. I mean, what are we going to end up with this indirect cost that's going to end up, that we're going to end up paying more in the long run? Or is this furlough really going to save us the money for these departments?
We'll report back on that, sir.
Okay, and Mr. Chair, I don't know if it's the appropriate time, but for all of these departments, I would love to get, and maybe you're planning on doing it at the end, about an analysis of the Labor Coalition proposal for the retirement incentives. You know, how that plays out with this furlough conversation. Is that something that you would entertain early, or you want to do that when we're done with all the departments?
Yeah, actually, at the end, one of my recommendations, Mr. Blumenfield, will be to ask the CAO to work with labor partners to explore additional or alternative measures to generate budget savings, including detailed scenario and cost modeling to ensure that any projected savings are verifiable. That will be one of my recommendations. And then as to the specific departments, as we go through these, keep in mind also that the CAO, these are draft furlough plans, and the CAO's office is going to need to review each one of these to ensure compliance with collective bargaining agreements and, you know, a number of other legal issues that have to be considered with regard to potential furloughs. So what you have before you are draft plans, and this is our opportunity to ask for any questions that you may have about those draft plans, provide feedback, but then the CAO will need to, I mean, some of these questions may be able to be answered today, but the CAO generally will be coming back to us with reports in response to your questions with regard to the impacts and other questions that you may have about furloughs. But yes, I will be asking that sort of generic recommendation at the end to have the CAO work with the labor partners to come up with alternative plans, including the one mentioned by Mr. Schoonover and others.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else for Agent? All right, very good. Then that brings us next to Animal Services, and Mr. Kratz I think, should lead us off on Animal Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of concerns. One, underfunding of the Animal Sterilization Trust Fund has a certain ripple effect through the system and cripples the city's means to prevent pet overpopulation. and in the midterm and long term, should both increase our euthanasia rate explosively and make it difficult to get a handle on that. Also, we can expect a flood of returned fosters and owner surrenders as the result of people's inability to pay for their animals. So the question is, what would the impact, the second question would be, what would the impact be of furloughs, hiring freeze, salary savings on animal services and its ability to continue to function, particularly without massive increases in euthanasia?
And Mr. Llewellyn indicates that CAO will provide a report back to that effect.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else for animal services?
Not for me.
Okay, very good. So the next up, according to my notes, should be cannabis, number 4. And I believe Mr. Price initially called that. Mr. Price?
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. We just heard a report that the cannabis is expecting increased revenues based on manufacturing, distribution licenses, in addition to the other program. And again, just curious, how will furloughs impact the department's ability to process these permits and providing greater additional revenues to the city? How are we going to process these additional activities with furloughs in place? And just to follow up, I'd like to ask the CEO to report back to analyze the DCR's requests, given that they are special funded and a revenue generating department.
Okay. That clear, Mr.
Yes,
Llewellyn? Okay. Is that it, Mr. Price?
That's it. Thank you.
Anybody else for cannabis? Mr. Kretz?
Actually, my apologies, not for cannabis, but if we could ask that planning be added, if it's not too late, to the list for questions.
Not at all. Anybody else for cannabis? Okay, let me rephrase that. Does anybody else have any questions regarding cannabis? All right, then we'll move on to the city attorney's office, number 5. Was that Mr. Blumenfield? I forget who called city attorney.
Well, I didn't get to call any departments, so because I was the last on the list, but they were on my list, so I'm happy to start.
Go right ahead.
But just basically, how are the furloughs going to affect the core functions of the city attorney, including the criminal prosecutions and efforts to reduce our legal liabilities? And how are the voluntary furloughs workable? What would the attorney's office do if they had? Well, I guess let's just leave it at that. How are they going to affect the core functions, and how would this voluntary furlough idea that they put forward work?
Okay. Good, Mr. Llewellyn?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that'll be a report back. Any other questions for city attorney? Or regarding the city attorney? Mr. Kretz?
Yeah, I think my questions were very similar. How are we going to function in terms of furloughs with criminal prosecution, municipal council attorneys, including the ones that work on our ordinances, and civil litigators, and how the furloughs and hiring freeze and one-time cuts and salary savings. I think we can't just talk about furloughs because those all impact each other. So if we can get a report back on all those different elements, and some, again, which may actually cost us money. I know when we've cut workers' comp, the standard opinion from workers' comp attorneys on the outside is the more you cut, the more you lose, because you're not able to ask the questions that also, from my experience in workers' comp, the more questions you're able to ask, and the more information you're able to get, the more you reduce your ultimate liability in most cases. And so, again, if we have to cut in that area, how much more do we actually lose? So I think that's just a piggyback to Mr. Blumenfield's question, and I'd like to add that to the report.
Very good. Thank you. Anything else, members, for City Attorney? Okay, we'll go next to City Planning. Mr. Kretz.
I just had a question on the wildlife corridors, and the question is, in recognition of, as was mentioned by a few of the call-in speakers, the fact that we've had a ruling from Fish and Wildlife relating to our couple remaining mountain lions being clearly facing endangerment, that because we're likely to have to respond with an analysis on every single development project in the hillsides, are we actually saving money, or are we going to actually wind up costing ourselves money? Because rather than having an overarching program, we'll have to look at this piecemeal with extra expense at every project. One of the things I'd suggest is, at a minimum, not firing the wildlife biologist, but at least leaving that position as an unfunded position. And we try to figure out the funding for that at a later point, and also 2 lower level planners as staff backup, also unfunded. That at a minimum, although I think it would actually be cost effective to fully fund them. But if we could get an answer on that and or a report back.
Okay.
Councilmember, Mr.
Yes.
Chair and Councilmember, just that question in particular, a very specific, detailed sort of environmental regulation. We will coordinate the reporting back, of course, but I think the merits of it will have to come from the planning department's environmental experts. But we will be coordinating that process.
Very good, thank you. And a number of these may involve further input from the departments, but I would much prefer that you take the lead on that, Mr. Llewellyn, if you don't mind. Very good. Mr. Kretz, anything else for planning? Okay. So that brings us next to, according to my notes, to number 9, the controller. Who wanted to be heard on the controller? Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few questions. One, the controller's office, like others, has to meet their obligatory expenses, such as sick leave and retirement. And without the ability to hold positions vacant, can they still meet these obligations?
Okay.
So that's one question. I don't know if anyone's able to answer these as we go, or if it just winds up in the form of a report back. Also brings up the issue of the hiring freeze. City's human resources payroll project needs a full complement of positions available to them to be filled. However, even if they were to get the funding for the positions, how would they fill these vacancies given the hiring freeze? And who makes the decision to approve or deny an exemption request for the hiring freeze? And this is a particular concern in terms of underfunding, because there are places that have put in a similar program and done it without adequate oversight and funding, and then wound up with massive multi-million dollar expenses to go back and do it right. So it would be penny wise and pound foolish to underfund the positions that focus on that issue.
Okay, Mr. Llewellyn, good?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Kratz?
Two other questions.
Go ahead.
And anybody's able to answer that one now. If not, the third one is to successfully
Mr.
implement
Llewellyn,
the
I'm
furlough.
sorry, Mr. Kratz, one moment, please. Mr. Llewellyn, because Mr. Llewellyn was taking careful notes, but Mr. Kratz was just wondering if on any of these questions, if you or anybody from your staff can answer them now, he'd welcome your answers. If not, we'd go ahead and ask for a report back.
We'll report back anyway.
And Mr. Llewellyn says he'll report back. Go ahead, Mr. Kratz.
Okay.
Sorry.
To implement the furloughs and the current COLAs that are being implemented, the controller's office has to process them. And if they don't have the positions available in their payroll section, they can't do it in a timely fashion. And their work is obviously mission critical in that area. And that's clearly an essential part of the city's workforce. So how can they complete the required changes, both that were already happening with all the COLA changes, some of which were somewhat minute and difficult, and how will they implement all the furloughs if they also are impacted by furloughs and freezes themselves?
We'll report back, sir.
All right.
And last question. In the proposed budget, all departments are subject to the hiring freeze, an increase in their salary savings, and the furlough plan. But some, like the controller's office, are also taking a one-time reduction to their salary account. Which departments are subject to this one-time salary reduction, and how did we select which ones to do that to, and did we pick the ones that are most capable of sustaining that?
And very good. We'll get a report back on that as well. Anything else, Mr. Kratz? For anything else from any other members for controller? Okay, then that will move us next to according to my notes, EMD number 14, unless I passed over any that members have called. I think the next one is EMD. And was that you, Mr. Bonin?
It was not, but I do have a question now.
Okay, fire away.
So in the notes I've gotten from my staff, which has summarized all the letters from the departments regarding the furloughs, EMD says that there will be a slowdown and reduction in services, 26 fewer working days, a risk to emergency response. I'd like to get more of an explanation on what exactly the impact will be on what type of the various services that EMD manages.
Very good. We shall do so.
Thank you.
Any other members for EMD?
Had a question, that was it. So no need to ask it again.
Great. So next would be EWDD. And members, if I pass up one of your departments, please just raise your hand or something. I tried to keep notes, but I might have missed one. So next will be EWDD, which was called by Mr. Price, number 17.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, because of this emergency, we know that many small businesses have found themselves in tough times and are seeking assistance. This is especially true as we prepare to reopen our society and reopen our businesses. Councilman Krikorian and I and others supported a motion to allocate $11 million to the Small Business Emergency Micro Loan Fund. We've got the Rapid Response Services coming out of EWDD, the Dislocated Worker Program coming out of EDD. I'm just concerned that, again, these furloughs are going to impact the department's ability to deliver these services. at a time when they obviously are going to be most critically needed. And so, again, how will furloughs impact EWDD's ability to meet grant deadlines, to provide services? Will the city even realize any savings by furloughing these types of positions? My request, I'd like the CAO to include in their report back the impact that furloughs at EWDD will have on our programs, which are providing assistance to businesses and workers due to COVID-19. The impact of exempting these positions from furlough, as well as the impact to the general fund of positions that are grant funded in the department. Those are my questions, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. And if I could just add to that, Mr. Llewellyn, in addition to analyzing positions that are grant funded, I would also like to ask what risk there is to grant funding to the city from EWD layoffs.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else for EWDD members? Okay. That will bring us then next to, according to my records, HSID number 20. And I believe that was Mr. Price initially as well. Mr. Bonin, you're unmuted. Do you want to go?
Yes, sure, thanks. For HSID, their letter said that they indicate delays in payments to LASA service providers, delays in underwriting affordable housing, delayed response time, and slower inspections. I would like them to sort of quantify a little bit more what the delayments to LASA and affordable housing, how extensive those will be. And I'd also like them to report back on what the impacts are going to be on the services that they provide to tenants. The proposed budget says that the response time and the resolution of tenant cases will be the same. I don't see how that's possible, given that we know the demand is going to go up and they're going to have fewer resources to do it.
Okay, thank you. With regard to HSID, I'd also like to ask for a report back on how HSID furloughs will influence or impact the independent living center settlement and the HUD VCA as well. Members, anything else for HSID? Mr. Blumenfield.
Yes. In their letter, they proposed in 5% salary savings rate in lieu of the furloughs. And so I'd like to understand why they think that's a better financial decision for the city, and to have the CAO/CLA respond to that proposal. I mean, besides just, I understand we don't want to do different things for different departments, but I think we need to look at different things sometimes for different departments. So I wanted to get the sense of why it's better or worse, the pros and cons of their suggestion.
Okay.
Will do, sir.
Thank you. Anything else for HSID members? Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, just kind of piggybacking on some comments that Mr. Bonin made. We've seen additional requests on our family source system, an increase in domestic violence. We need to figure out how these programs are going to be impacted by furloughs. Also, what's the impact going to be on our PSH projects, and how will furloughs impact those timelines for these affordable housing? Finally, CAO, please provide an analysis of the impact of furloughs on tenant outreach and protection programs, domestic violence, and family source centers, as well as on our affordable and PSH project timelines.
All right. Thank you. Anything else, members? For HSID? All right. That'll take us next then to ITA, number 21. And Mr. Price, do you want to start off with ITA?
With so many city employees now working from home and government meetings going online, ITA has been critical in making the city function through this crisis. How will furloughs impact their ability to continue operations during the emergency, given the increased demand? What about 311? Will operators be furloughed? How will this impact our wait time for callers? Again, asking the CAO to include in your report back an analysis of the impact of furloughs on our telecommuting, virtual meetings, and 311 operations.
Very good. Thank you. Members, anything else for ITA? Mr. Blumenfield.
Hopefully you see my virtual hand up there too. The ITA, their letter raises some serious concerns about cybersecurity and the human resources payroll project, among others. So I wanted to get a report back. Besides just giving money to fill in those gaps, are there other projects that are lower priority that could basically be deferred in order to deal with these higher priority projects?
Okay, thank you. Anything else, members, for ITA? Okay. So that will take us next to fire, number 22. Mr. Bonin.
Thanks. For fire, I wanted to ask, they indicate that there will be an impact on revenue generation. If they have any sense of how much revenue we might be losing as a result of the civilian furloughs, and if they anticipate that any of the impact will have any effect on response times.
Okay. Mr. Kretz?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, not clear to me whether the fire department is subject to the current hiring freeze or not. Hopefully that's a question that we can get answered now.
There's no freeze on sworn, sir.
No
freeze on sworn.
Okay.
Could you hear that, Mr. Kretz?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a good thing. I believe that we need to be sure that we don't impact on response times. I have the same concern as Mr. Bonin and probably every member of the council. So I want us to look at fully funding new recruits rather than halting that effort. Also, I'm told the mayor's office probably inadvertently didn't reinstate a resolution authority for an emergency incident technician in Battalion 14. I know they were in the process of filling the position, and I think it's a critical post, and I think it was an oversight, so we should take a look at that. I believe, as I understand it, the chief is not able to create a captain position to oversee the LAFD tractor and bulldozer detail. If that's incorrect, I'd like to know that as well.
Okay. Anything else for fire members? Okay, very good. Thank you. That brings us next to LAPD number 23. We'll start with Mr. Bonin.
Thank you. The impact of the civilian layoffs in LAPD, I'd like to know what the anticipated impact is going to be on police patrol hours. We've spent several years trying to hire back civilians at that department. And as the department budget, at least as proposed, is slated to increase. I want to find out whether or not constituents are actually going to be getting less because patrol officers are pulled from patrol duty to work desk duty.
Yeah, and if I could build on that a little bit, I'd also like to add to that report that I'd like the CAO to work with the department to analyze which civilian positions are most likely to be backfilled by sworn personnel and at what cost. Because this may be the height of penny wise and pound foolish if we lay off a less expensive civilian employee and backfill that position with a much more expensive sworn employee.
One thing, Councilmember and Mr. Chair,
yes.
You've used the term layoff a couple times. There are no layoffs proposed in this budget.
Did I say that?
Yes, sir, you just said layoff.
Oh, I'm very sorry. Wow, slip of the tongue. I apologize. Furlough, of course, is what I meant. All right, anything else, members, for PD? Mr. Kretz.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I join in that question, having led the effort to not do this 10 years ago, which we went ahead and did. So I'm hoping to not hear that we have sworn that we're taking off the streets and putting behind desks doing clerical work. So I absolutely would object to that as well. One additional question about the value of graffiti removal. I know in past years it's been expressed by LAPD that graffiti removal is valuable because it makes it more difficult for gangs to mark their territory. And whether we might look at LAPD partially funding some of the graffiti removal because it's a more direct, its result is more directly impactful to public safety.
Okay, thank you. Anything else for PD members? Okay, very good. So, according to my notes, next up would be personnel, number 26. And Mr. Price, you had called personnel.
Thank you. It's my understanding that personnel has some frontline workers, and I'd like to see them to report back focusing on the positions in personnel that are considered frontline and the impact of removing them from the furlough during the emergency.
Councilmember, could you explain a little more what frontline workers means?
Yeah, it was in the letter, and I thought you could provide the further explanation.
And maybe that I can add on to that, Mr. Price, I think, because I had a similar question about the physicians, the advanced practice providers, the background investigators were all asked by the department not to be furloughed. And so similarly, along with your question, it's getting CAO, CLA to respond to that request to ask them to look into that request and whether or not that's cost effective.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Anything else for personnel members? Mr. Kretz.
Yes, thank you. A couple of questions. Probably the one I'm the most concerned about is with the planned salary cuts after the development and implementation of the Human Resources Payroll Project. Will that impact that in any way? And what strategic steps can we take to make sure that this critical project is launched successfully and on schedule and on budget and done right? Particularly, there's a certain amount of urgency because our current payroll system is reliant largely on one individual to keep it going, and we can't do that indefinitely. So I don't know if that's a question that CAO from personnel is ready to answer, or
respond back, sir.
Mr. Llewellyn will be delighted to report back on that.
Okay, and given that the COVID epidemic has made physical distancing more important and candidates needing to be tested more remotely, do we expect to rely on anytime, anywhere testing more next year? And will the proposed reductions impact our ability to hire, especially public safety employees and civilians performing essential work?
Okay, very good.
And lastly, as the city relies on disaster services workers in the next fiscal year, how will staffing levels be met once departments pull back their employees in order to resume normal operations? So what levels of funding will be needed to engage outside vendors, or how will we provide additional disaster service worker services?
Very good. Thank you. Anything else, members, for personnel? Mr. Blumenfield?
No.
Oh, okay. Great. That takes us next then to the Board of Public Works, item number 27. And I don't have a note of who called Public Works. Mr. Kretz.
Yes, thank you. Just a couple of questions. How will the proposed furloughs impact essential services under Public Works purview, like the Petroleum Administrator's Office, which is charged with protecting the public from toxic emissions of oil and gas operations, as one example? Or how will the Office of Beautification activities like graffiti removal be impacted?
Report back. Okay. We will have a report back on those items. And someone else mentioned Public Works as well, I think.
That
Mr.
was
Bonin?
me. Mr. Koretz asked it. The only sort of addendum I put to his question about the Petroleum Administrator is not only how will the furlough impact the operations of the office, but how will the furlough impact the actual hiring of a Petroleum Administrator?
Okay. All right. Anything else for Public Works? Seeing none, we'll move on to Rec and Parks. And that's item 28. Mr. Price, I think you initially called Rec and Parks.
I did, Mr. Chairman. Thanks so much. Rec and Parks has been integral to during this emergency, especially regarding shelter, emergency shelter for our homeless population. In fact, I've got 2 parks currently that are being used for that purpose. Given that these shelters are slated to remain open, how will the proposed furloughs impact our ability to staff these facilities? Couldn't these expenditures be reimbursed from CARES and therefore not have a budgetary impact? That's one question. The second question is, have park rangers been included in the furlough program? And how will they impact park operations and safety? So I'd like to, and then finally, so I'd like to ask CEO to include in their report back an analysis of exempting frontline workers in rec and parks, including our park rangers, from the furlough program.
Report back.
Very good. Thank you. Anything else, members, for Rec and Parks? Mr. Blumenfield.
Yeah, just, the county's messaging about reopening parks and playgrounds, at 25% capacity. I just don't know how do we do that, and maybe get a report back on some of that in terms of, do you clean the playgrounds multiple times a day? How do you begin to enforce a capacity decrease on those essential areas, and to get a report back on that, because I think that's going to be a real challenge for our rec and parks.
Mr. Chair and Council
Yes.
Member, with your agreement, I'll put that report a little bit of aside kind of the reopening report is a slightly different one than just the budget report that we're trying to do on an urgent basis. And I do think Rec and Parks will have its real hands full trying to figure out how to reopen safely as an overall kind of strategy.
Well, it certainly will, and I think to Mr. Blumenfield's point, that process, will certainly be influenced by whether or not its employees are being furloughed and which employees are being furloughed.
Furloughs for sure, sir.
All right. Anything else, members? All right, that takes us next to street lighting, number 29. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Copper wire theft, something that certainly came up in the budget discussions last year and through the year, but it's resulted in more and more of our lights being out of service. Certainly this is true in CD9 and more specifically on my block. It's been occurring. Question is, how will furloughs impact our ability to repair and protect these lights when the outages occur? And I'll ask the CAO to report back the impact to the general fund of exempting these special funded positions in street lighting from furloughs.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Anything else for street lighting, members? Okay, that takes us next to street services, number 30. And for street services, I'd like to ask the CAO to analyze Streets LA's proposal to consider contracting in more services to Metro or DWP to Streets LA, and whether accepting that work would incur additional costs or produce additional revenues, and how that would in fact impact budget savings for Streets LA. And let's see, I think Mr. Bonin had also called Streets LA.
And me too.
And Mr. Blumenfield.
You essentially asked my question, Mr. Krikorian.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Blumenfield?
Great, thank you. A couple of things. Wanted to get a report back on the 7 resolution authority positions that the general manager requested. He was requesting those positions, and also had in his letter had a different way of approaching it rather than furloughs, to do to basically take the cuts and manage them directly. I want to get a report back on the efficacy of that, because it seems like if any department that would make sense, it would make sense in Streets LA. And also, there's a question, and it comes up really in every department, but I think particularly in streets, this overtime versus, straight time question, and how are the furloughs going to interact with overtime rules? So if an employee is furloughed for, working eight hours less per pay period, but then they perform extra work that would normally be done on overtime, as happens in streets all the time, then we're essentially paying them overtime for their furlough day, which doesn't make a lot of sense. Do we have the management capacity to ensure that the extra work is scheduled on furlough days, and maybe use that as a way to avoid doing the furlough, and avoid paying overtime? Because it seems kind of silly to get the same amount of time of work, but end up paying having to use overtime funds for that. So to get a report back on that issue, specifically for Streets LA, but more generically across the board, where in other departments where that same dynamic might apply. Does that make sense, Mr. Llewellyn, or do I need to elaborate that further?
I understand, sir, although I do think much of that, honestly, is just very careful management of scheduling. But we're happy to report back.
Okay. And then, I'm also very worried about our, we finally got ourselves on a trajectory in terms of our street trees, and, adding 2 crews a year to get us to a place where we're going to actually be on the best schedule for tree maintenance of 5 to 7 years versus where we were at. And by deferring that, we're going to end up costing ourselves liability-wise because an average trip and fall is $60,000, and when we don't invest in sidewalk repair and in cutting our trees, we're going to end up costing us money. So I want to get a report back on the liability impacts of the cuts, the furloughs for Streets LA in particular, both on the sidewalks and the trees. And then a more narrow question dealing with Measure W and the local return funding that we have programmed into the budget right now. We get about $32 million in proposed budget. 7.3 of it's in the CIEP. And curious about one particular line item in this budget schedule, which is a $3.7 million to reimburse general fund costs. Wanted to find out what are those costs specifically. And I guess it's my belief that Measure W, local return funding, is an opportunity to create a regular annual, reliable annual source for the infrastructure we need for planting and taking care of our trees. So there's $3.7 million in general fund coming from Measure W. I want to know what it's for in the general fund, because right now, not a cent of it goes to urban forestry. And I don't want to lose that trajectory in terms of the 5-year cycle. Ultimately what I'd like to see is to use that $3.7 million for the urban forestry division. And at some point, I guess I'll push a motion to do just that. But as far as report backs, I want to get your analysis of what that 3.7 is being used for, and could it be used for the urban forestry division as I suggested.
Report back.
And that's it.
All right, very good, thank you. Anything else, members, for Streets LA? Mr. Kretz.
Well, actually, all of my questions were asked by Mr. Blumenfield, but I have a general question, which is who gets to make the decisions on exemptions to the hiring freeze? Is it the mayor? Is it the council and the mayor? Do we have a process yet? So that would be a general question that would apply to this department as well as others.
The mayor has been issuing exemptions, and departments, of course, could appeal to the council if they chose to.
So that's the current process that
Yes,
we're
sir.
anticipating.
Yes, sir.
That's the current process, but of course, it's all subject to discretion and all subject to change depending upon what we do in the budget and what we agree to with the mayor. Of course, those are decisions that don't get made unilaterally.
Right. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Bonin.
Thanks. There's a question. It's partially for street services. It's also for 2 other departments simultaneously, I think, but since CAO is preparing the reports, since this budget is one that really prioritizes public safety over most other things, I want to try to broaden the definition of public safety. And by that, I mean the condition of our sidewalks. When our sidewalks aren't safe, people fall and get hurt. When our sidewalks aren't safe, people walk in the street and they're more at risk of being hit by a speeding vehicle. So I know we have our commitments under the Willett settlement, but I would like to know from CAO, in consultation with street services, DOT, and BOE, all of which are involved in sidewalk stuff, what is going to be the impact on the sidewalk repair program comprehensively, from the processing and the review at the BOE level to the construction level? Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. If there's nothing else for Streets LA, Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly agree with all the questions asked by my colleagues, and would just add in that asking the CAO to report back on how the department can have maximum flexibility in implementing these cuts without furloughs. I think we identified some critical services that need to be carried on, and I'm all for providing the maximum level of flexibility possible to make sure that the resources are there to make sure that happens. It does impact the quality of life for all of us, and I look forward to that response.
All right, thank you. Okay, members, that will take us to our final requested department. That's number 31, DOT. Mr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, sort of on the theme of broadening the definition of public safety, we all know that Los Angeles has a horrible record of traffic fatalities, and a core service of LA DOT is trying to protect public safety and protect people on our roadways. So I would like to know a couple different things. One, what impact do we anticipate the furloughs will have on several different specific elements of DOT? Will it have any impact on safe routes to schools? Will it have any impacts on crossing guards? Will it have any impact on the coordination with street services on restriping our roads? Will it have any impact on traffic control officers? Secondly, I would like to know how much revenue is going to be lost by cutting back on parking enforcement officers through furloughs. I would also like to ask why, and maybe someone can answer this now, why traffic control officers, which are assigned for public safety purposes routinely, are not treated as furlough-exempt public safety employees.
Happy to report back.
Thank you.
Okay.
One other thing,
yes.
Whether or not the LA DOT furloughs are going to anticipated to impact the development and delivery of grant-funded projects, potentially jeopardizing grant funds and requiring a return.
Very good. Mr. Koretz, I think, did you also call DOT? You're muted.
I think most of my questions were already asked, so I'm trying to figure out which one is which. I know there's been significant discussion about a backlog of approved traffic signals throughout the city. I know there's several dozen in my district alone. So what can we do to assure that the furloughs and freezes aren't impacting momentum on our need to address that dramatic need and public safety impact to it? Also, I know a number of these signal projects are funded through Vision Zero, and I'd like to know how we can ensure that these projects are equitably spread throughout the city. And lastly, will the department have adequate staff budgeted to keep up with the demand to design and review all of these signal projects in the face of freeze and furloughs? Oh, and one more question.
Yes.
Last fiscal year, it was explained to us that we were in the queue to have a neighborhood traffic management plan for the Encino Hills, which is impacted by traffic planning in the hills of Sherman Oaks. So this hasn't come to fruition yet, and I'd like to have a report back on the status of this project and whether it will be impacted by the freeze and furloughs.
Okay, very good. Anything else for DOT members? Okay, anything else for any other departments that we might have missed, or general questions for the CAO regarding furloughs? Terrific. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Llewellyn. So, members, this has been, I think, it's been a long day. It's been a sobering day, I think. It's been a day that has brought a lot of clarity to the challenges that lie before this committee. I want to first, by thanking all of you. All of the members of this committee clearly came into today's meeting extremely well prepared and extremely serious, and obviously mindful of the degree of the challenge before us. So I want to thank you all for the seriousness that you brought to this exercise. And I also want to take a moment just to thank my staff, but especially our own Matt Hale, who this is the first time that we have had a council committee meet since the COVID crisis began, and I would say that not only did he wear his budget hat that he has worn so well for the last 8 years, but he's also influenced the way that we were able to meet and working alongside ITA to really make this a meeting that worked. It worked for the public, it worked for us under very difficult circumstances. So thanks to ITA, thanks to Matt for making this possible. And then lastly, I'd just say, every year that we pass a budget, we always know that that budget is not carved into stone. It's a roadmap for the year. We make changes as we go throughout the year, as circumstances change, as needs change, as revenues come in. And certainly this year is going to be all of that on steroids. Whatever we do between now and the end of the fiscal year is really just a rough first draft for the work that we're going to continue to do throughout the fiscal year. And it sounded to me from all of the comments and questions that you all had that you agree with that concept, and I hope so, because it's really going to take a lot of diligent effort throughout the rest of this year and into next to get us through this. And of course, the CLA and the CAO are put under tremendous pressure because of all of that as well. So as we move through this process, I would just like to urge all of us to remember the workload of staff as well. Right now, the CLA's office and the CAO's office and the mayor's team are, up to their eyeballs in emergency response right now. And on top of that, we have to layer onto that the work that we need to do in preparing for the budget and preparing for next fiscal year. So I think as we move forward, let's please be mindful of the work burden that we put on them and try to focus on, as a number of you have said today, the core concerns, the things that matter to us most in getting this done, and the key services and core services that the city is about. So with that, I'd just like to offer a few recommendations going forward out of this hearing, and would be interested in hearing any comments that any other members may have as well. But I would ask that we note and file the report from the CAO relative to COVID-19 emergency response and expenditures and funding, that we note and file the report from the Office of Finance relative to revenue impacts of the pandemic. 3, that we instruct the CAO to continue to work with departments to refine furlough plans, identify service impacts, and calculate total savings from the proposed furloughs in the mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2020-21. 4, that we instruct the CAO and the CLA to compile the requests included in all department letters on file 20-0600, the mayor's proposed budget, into a single report and verify department calculations of budgetary impact for accuracy, and provide comments as to the efficacy of those requests on city services. 5, that we instruct the CAO and CLA to work with our labor partners to explore additional or alternative measures to generate budget savings, including detailed scenario and cost modeling, to ensure that any projected savings are verifiable. And 6, that we instruct the CAO and CLA to report every month with updates on city revenues, the pace at which departments are expending funds, and the status of any reimbursement of costs. And then, of course, in addition, all of the requests back that you have all requested, that we have all requested with regard to furlough impacts. So those would be my recommendations. Is there any objection to any of those?
Just a comment, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Bonin.
Doesn't need to be put specifically in the instructions, but on your instruction to CAO and CLA to be working with our labor partners on ways to deal with the budget crisis. I want to underscore, I think, the significance of them having conversations that envision the different scenarios that Ms. Bartels laid out, because we can't wait until January to deal with $400 million. We've got to be prepared to deal with it sooner. So I'd like those conversations to start happening as soon as they can.
Well, that's an excellent point. Thank you. And I think while I indicated that we want to make sure that projected savings are verifiable, I guess it should say verifiable and sufficient as well, given the wide variance in projected potential revenue shortfalls that Ms. Bartels pointed out to us. You're very right. Members, anything else? Mr. Kretz.
Yes, just to piggyback on that, I remember the last time we were in this situation, I know our labor partners came up with at least a couple dozen interesting solutions. And under our previous CAO, et cetera, we generally tried our best not to engage and to ignore them. I would encourage that we take the opposite approach this time and do whatever we can to try and work with them and see if any ideas that they have wind up being viable, and try our best to include them in the process.
And that's certainly the sentiment that's I think it should be encompassed within this instruction. But of course, the flip side of that is also the verification that each of these potential steps will in fact realize the savings that we would hope that they would. And I should clarify on that too. The CLA's role in this instruction would really be only on that cost verification side. The CLA is not involved in labor negotiations or discussions with our labor partners. So I should have clarified that. It should be really to instruct the CAO to work with labor partners and to have the CAO and CLA report back with the various scenarios that I mentioned. Anything else? Mr. Blumenfield.
Yeah, just also as part of the report back is, and we all talked about this generally, but defining what are our critical missions during this economic crisis, and coming back with a little bit of that as well, and so that when we're looking at our options, we can maybe also look at them in terms of what is our core mission and what it goes beyond that core mission.
So in terms of that, I think that's respectfully kind of starts with us. And I don't know, maybe you could define a little bit more how we would get that report back. I think we need to tell staff that rather than the other way around, what we think should be the core functions.
Well, I certainly agree that it's ultimately a policy decision that we make. But as they're looking at these issues through a different lens, if they wanted to, categorize things in terms of how each activity, how close it is to our central mission, I don't think that would hurt. Obviously, we're ultimately going to be the arbiters of that, but I just think we need to be thinking in terms of that as we move forward.
Can I make this suggestion? I mean, with regard to the furlough reports back that we just asked for, I think that makes sense to have those comments with regard to the furlough impacts. More broadly, would require, I think, a more in-depth budget review than what we currently anticipate. happening until we start diving into that as a committee.
Sure. Yeah.
If that makes sense, I think we can start with the furlough reports, which we've already asked for, to include in each one of those reports. Does this impact have a negative impact on something that is one of the core functions of
government?
Sorry, I heard somebody else. Mr. Bonnet?
That was Mr. Price you heard, but
okay.
I did have a question. It's a process question. Are we done with this today and it now goes to council, or are we seeing the furlough reports and having some of our questions answered before it goes to council?
So this report, these recommendations are for reports back to this committee. The budget itself is not currently part of today's agenda. It is in this committee. It is not part of this agenda. So all of these reports will be coming back to this committee for further consideration.
And so what will be the approval process for the budget?
So it will be a discussion that we'll continue to have with the council president, but the current plan is to have the council take up the budget and as it's been proposed, and then I would expect that any proposed change or motion that relates to the draft budget would come back to this committee. And that likely would not happen and be finalized before the end of this fiscal year.
I'm sorry. I'm unclear on what that means. The full city council will deliberate on the mayor's proposed budget, and then the council will approve it, or we won't make a final action, and then the mayor's budget will be deemed approved.
Well, what the council does when it takes up consideration of the budget is out of my hands. Right. I can only tell you that that's something that is currently anticipated, that it will be scheduled on the 21st for public comment in the council, and then, I'm sorry, on the 20th for public comment, and then on the 21st for consideration by the council. Now, what the recommendation of the members of council might be at that time could run a wide gamut. It could run from referring the entire budget back to the committee, in which case the council would have not taken an action to approve the budget, and the draft budget or the proposed budget would go into effect on the fiscal year, at the beginning of the fiscal year, pursuant to the charter, subject to whatever changes or additions we may make between now and the end of the fiscal year. We might choose to approve the budget as it is. We might choose to approve the budget with changes, and I would expect that any of those changes would have to come back to this committee for consideration.
Right. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
It's not that clear because
no, I know,
it is a fluid.
I appreciate your attempt.
It is a fluid and challenging and difficult situation. And again, Mr. Bonin, you're right to ask all those questions. In a normal budget year, all of those would be answers that would be wholly unsatisfactory. But I hope that members understand, as I've reiterated a few times today, that this is an ongoing process. And whatever happens between now and June 30th is only slightly relevant to the work that we're going to have to keep doing for the next 12 months in any event. Mr. Kretz.
Yeah, so essentially what you're saying is we have a choice of voting the mayor's budget as it is or voting the mayor's budget as it is. I'm not sure that works entirely, especially in cases where we might just ask for unfunded positions. I'm not sure how it works in the case specifically of the wildlife biologist who we would have to fire and then rehire after June 30th if we were to continue that position, regardless of where the funding comes from. So even the things that don't affect the dollar amount of the budget, this would prevent us from addressing those. Seems like a bad idea to me.
Nothing prevents anybody from doing anything. What I'm saying is a range of options that are before the council when the council takes up the budget, which are the council could take no action, the council could approve the budget as it is, the council could make proposed changes to the budget. But as we do every year, including even in good years, I expect that any proposed change to the budget will come back to this committee before it becomes a part of the budget, because it has been a practice of this committee and the council under, for the last 8 years at least, that in large measure has saved our budgets from improvisation that had previously happened in council to have that consideration done in the Budget and Finance Committee. And that's what I'm saying. Any proposed changes that may come up during that discussion in council, I will ask the council president to refer back to Budget and Finance Committee. So there's no mandate that you vote for this budget at all. But if anybody proposes to begin to make changes in this budget, those must be considered first by the 5 of us. In my view. I mean, ultimately this is a call that the council president will make, but my request will be that any changes will have to come back to this committee before they would be voted on by the council. Does that make sense? I mean, that's what we have always done every year, and I would expect this to be no different.
Ask a follow-up on that?
Yes.
Which is, that could happen, but theoretically there still may be time for us to meet as a committee and get it back to council before June 30th. Would there not be?
Oh, that's possible. And in fact, as I said, we will continue our work right up until June 30th. There might very well be changes that we make, as we have in the past, where even when we have approved the budget, we made additional changes between the time of approval of the budget and June 30th. So that's not out of the question. And honestly, whether it's before June 30th or after July 1st, it won't be a significant difference. It's still, we're going to be continuing to revise this budget and the hiring plans and the potential furloughs and everything else right on through the fiscal year. Mr. Price, you had your hand up.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, thank you for your leadership guiding us through this process today with skill and alacrity. Thank you. We all are excited to know that testing is now available to all residents regardless of status here in the city of LA. But I've also been hearing that in addition to testing, it's important that there be some contact tracing that occurs after this testing process. And so I'm just curious, is the city plan on being involved in that process at all? There was no discussion of budget in terms of that. Or are we just going to let the state work that out, or nonprofits? But I think we have to address it. And then secondly, with the elimination of the Summer Night Lights program that really impacts districts like mine, I'm just curious what we're going to be doing with those funds, what's going to happen to those youth, what are we going to do program-wise in place of Saturday Night Lights if we're not going to have a traditional summer program, a summer youth program in our communities.
So, Mr. Price, what I'm going to do is ask if I could ask the CAO then to add to the report back list a report on the potential cost impacts of contact tracing and reimbursability of those costs. And then with regard to Summer Night Lights, you heard Mr. Price's request, Mr. Llewellyn, and Mr. Llewellyn is not on mic right now, but he's agreeing he will report back on that as well.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else, members? Any other suggestions or any objection to the recommendations as I've written them out, or read them out rather? All right, seeing no objection, those recommendations and the reports back that have been requested will be the action of the committee. Any other comments, members, before we adjourn this meeting? Okay, seeing none, thank you again very much, members. Thank you to all of our staff. Thank you to everyone who's here in City Hall today. We appreciate your work on this very much. And if there's no other business before the committee, we are adjourned.